And now it's time for our 75-lap race for the NASCAR Whelen All-American Series Super Late Model from Toyota Speedway here at Irwindale. 61 degrees. We've dropped a few degrees since the start of the evening. Clear skies still a great night for racing. We have one other race that will finish out the field for the K&N Pro Series race for tomorrow, and that is the open qualifying race. 12 cars racing for the final 6 spots. And Phil, now with this race, a 75-lap race, we're not going to see pit stops. So what kind of strategy do you have in this one?
I think you have to go all out. Only 25 cars. That's a lot less cars than we've had in previous years. So the guys up front want to stay up front. They have they have a lot of good experience now from those qualifying races for this division too. So they know what their cars are going to do. They didn't have a chance to make any adjustments. So they know what they have. And the guys up front know that their cars are pretty good right now.
Let's talk about the specifics with the super late models and how they're different from what we've seen already tonight.
A little bit less horsepower. You see about 500 horsepower, 360 cubic inches. These cars weigh about 3,000 pounds less driver within 105 or 108 inch wheelbase. So plastic bodied cars, very, very quick. These cars were a lot faster around here than the K&N Pro Series cars.
And just moments ago, they were on the racetrack for qualifying races, and we want to take a look back at how those went.
They had the first qualifying races.
Yep, that first qualifying race on the pole, it was the 03 of Rod Johnson Jr. He had the fastest qualifying run when they did single car runs. So when the green flag flew, out went Rod Johnson Jr. and he jumped out to a lead that no one was going to challenge him.
A little bit of contact right there.
Bear Resnowicki and Ryan Reed, they touched, but it was all Rod Johnson Jr. as he claims the first race and will have the inside starting position for the final race. Then on our second race, when the green flag flew, it was Jason Pattison in the 17 and Nick Janitis in the 71. Janitis makes the move to the inside and is able to get by the 17 of Jason Pattison. Problems for Chris Winters in the 77. He got into the wall, got out of the car, wasn't able to finish, but Janitis never looked back after he took the lead away from Pattison, and he claimed the second race. And so the cars are gridded on the front stretch, and we want to hear from the guys that make up the front row. We start with Dick Berggren.
And Nick Janitis is going to start on the outside of the front row. This is one of the most successful race car drivers ever to run here. 40 times he has won at this racetrack in the last 3 years. But Nick, no ride for 2011 after this weekend. How hard will you run to make what could be your last start at Irwindale a win?
Oh, we got to go for the win. You know, hey, it's a showdown. Our Daytona 500. Gonna give it everything we got. There's no hold bars, take no prisoners, and go for the win. If this is my last run here, gonna go out on top. We've won our last 7 in a row on 100-lap races. Gonna try and make it 8 in a row tonight. Counting the 25-lap heat race there, we got 100 laps on these tires to go, and I like our chances. Got to thank our team owner Lloyd for giving me one more shot in this ride here. Jackson Race Cars has done a great job with the car, and just looking for another great showdown. The weather is perfect this year. I think we're actually going to make the distance this year too.
Good luck to you tonight. Let's go to Jim Trado.
And Dick, for a driver as a rookie to win his first championship in the late model division, Rod Johnson Jr. did that just this year. Rod, this is only your second super late model race. How big would it be if you won this thing?
It would be huge. I mean, 2 years ago we came here with the rain fiasco weekend, and we tried to run a West car, and we had trouble with sparkle wires falling off. And then last year we led a lot in the late model race to have transmission trouble at the end of the race. So we're really hungry for this win. This is the one I really want to put on my trophy case. So it would be huge. It would definitely be the highlight of my career so far, probably bigger than even a championship.
Certainly on the rise at just 21 years of age, guys.
Thanks, Jim. So a pretty interesting front row there for this one. 25 cars, 75 laps. It will be a shootout. You don't want to miss one lap. Stay with us here on Speed. The start coming up next. About to get underway with our 75-lap super late model race here at the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown from Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. 25 cars going 75 laps, and here's the way they'll line up. Rod Johnson Jr. and Nick Janitis won their qualifying races, so they'll make up row number 1.
First qualifying race will start odd numbers. Second qualifying race starts even numbers.
Jason Frazier in the 8th spot. Ryan Reed starting 9th.
Brandon Loverock rounds out the top 10.
Back in 12, Dustin Ash out of Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah, he was a Nevada State champion last year. And there's Kevin Conway, 2010 NASCAR Sprint Cup Rookie of the Year. Going to come out here out west and have a little fun.
Bear Resnowicki will start in the 21st position. Jack Madrid, Scott Dodd rounding out our 25-car field. Out in front, pretty impressive statistics for Rod Johnson Jr. Won Irwindale's 2010 late model track championship as a series rookie with 6 feature wins.
Yeah, very, very impressive. You can take a look at this Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. Half-mile in length. This is one of the first tracks that went to the progressive banking. 6 degrees down the bottom of the racetrack, down by the white line, and 12 degrees up at the top. That's why we see these guys run around the top of the racetrack. That is the preferred line around this racetrack. 6,000 seats, and this racetrack opened in 1999.
You see 25 miles from downtown Los Angeles. Well, this race is only 37.5 miles, and we're going to do it quickly. Again, Rod Johnson Jr. on the inside, Nick Janitis on the outside, making up row number 1 as they come out at turn number 4, anticipating the green flag. We're underway. A good start for Rob Johnson.
Oh, trouble.
Behind him, problems on the front stretch. That's the 26 that got turned around.
Chris Gerchman in the 26. Caution flag is out.
The 7 of Cassie Janis has problems, and so as the caution is out, the field will slow.
I think Cassie just stopped to avoid running into the 26 car.
Chris Gerchman still trying to get that 26 going the right direction. They'll line them back up. Double file restarts. Rob Johnson Jr. and again Nick Janitis will start back up front. Take a look. Back of the pack, it looks like the 26 just got turned around.
Trying to get on the throttle, I think. And these cold tires, it really cooled off here this evening. Here's another look at it right here. Looked like he just jumped in the throttle. He started to go, then slowed back down, then jumped in the throttle. I think started the rear wheel spinning and never did regain control. Cassie came along and just stopped to avoid running into him.
Danny Bob in the 25 was just behind that 26 of Chris Gerchman. Danny had to move hard to the left to avoid Gerchman. It looked like just didn't get on the gas, or as you mentioned, spun the tires on the initial start. So they'll line them back up. We'll try one more time. Rod Johnson Jr. out of Canyon County, California. Nick Janitis from Woodland Hills, California.
All laps do count.
Rod Johnson Jr., we're talking about him, a second-generation driver. Rod Sr. actually was Irwindale's 1999 Super Late Model champion. You can download the free Speed app for your iPhone. Keep speed at your fingertips and fuel your passion for racing between events with Speed on your phone. With the latest stats, results, videos, and news as soon as they become available. Download the app from iTunes now. And do you have that on your iPhone, Phil?
I actually don't have an iPhone.
Really? I'm sure your kids do, of course.
No.
Everybody has an iPhone now, it seems like. You can get the Speed app on your iPhone. We are about ready to try again. Rod Johnson Jr. Again, after winning the pole, had his choice starting inside or outside. Shows the inside for the start. Green flags in the air. We're back underway.
A little more sanitary start that time. 3 wide already for third.
This time the field makes its way through 1 and 2, and some great side-by-side racing up front already for the lead. Rod Johnson Jr. down to the bottom of the racetrack, hugging that white line. A little bobble there, behind him by Andy Allen in the 22.
Remember, we talked about this progressive banking. That really lends itself to some great side-by-side 3 wide racing here, and we have it all the way from front to back.
Nick Janitis on the outside, still trying to have a clear-cut lead in this race. They cross the stripe, about 4 feet separate the 71 and the 03. Nick Janitis still scored as our race leader Rod Johnson Jr. hanging in tough on the bottom.
Remember, as Dick told us, this is only the second super late model race for Rod Johnson, our track champion last year in the late model series.
He falls in behind Nick Janitis. Now Andy Allen in the 22 get all over the back bumper of that 03.
Ryan Partridge in the 11 car moves up to the 4th position.
They're the 70 of Kevin Thompson has his hands full with Alex Haas.
It's so tempting to go drive down there on the bottom of the racetrack. It's so much of a shorter way around, but it's really hard to get that bite down there because of the less banking.
Andy Allen takes second away from Rod Johnson Jr. Johnson Jr. drops back into the 3rd position, and now he's got his hands full to try to hang on to that position.
Ryan Partridge all over. Now he's going to move to the inside of Rod Johnson Jr. to try to take over that 3rd spot.
Ryan Partridge 4th in the final super late model standings, point standings from a year ago. Won the truck championship here at Toyota Speedway a year ago. Won 10 out of 14 events. Now we've got a good battle for the lead. Here comes the 22 of Andy Allen.
Yeah, Andy had thoughts about trying to get that lead. Rod Johnson Jr. now is solid now in 3rd spot, with Partridge in the 11 car in 4th.
4 cars have separated themselves by about 2 car lengths from 5th. Haas back there in the 5th position.
Some more of that side-by-side racing.
And interesting how you see someone hugging the white line, and then at the same time you've got someone running almost up next to the wall. 2 and 3 wide racing as they cross the stripe.
Ryan Reed, the 04 car, and the 70 car of Kevin Thompson. That's a battle for the 6th position.
Three wide once again.
Dan Moore, the 19 car on the bottom of the racetrack.
Kevin Thompson in that red number 70. Still trying to hold on to the 6th spot.
Jason Frazier, the 31 car, the orange car on the outside. There's Dustin Ash in the 1 car, Nevada State champion.
Let's go down to the infield. Dick Berggren.
Well, they might want to be pretty nice to Kevin Thompson in that number 70 car. He is by far the biggest man in the field. 6'6", 330 pounds, and there isn't an ounce of fat on this guy. His upper body looks like a tractor trailer. Big guy.
That's your typical driver, too. I mean, you see all sorts of guys looking that way. Great battle for the lead up front. Nick Janitis still able to hold off the 22 of Andy Allen, but Allen working to the inside, and you see that 11 making his move as well. Ryan Partridge.
I'll tell you, Partridge looks like he has a good race car right now. He got by Rod Johnson Jr. to take over that 3rd spot. There's Alex Haas in the 66 now, behind the 11 of Partridge. Behind the 03 of Rod Johnson Jr.
Laps clicking off quickly. Janitis out front.
There goes Partridge to the bottom of the racetrack.
Trying to take second away from Allen. A little contact. Partridge letting him know, I am right here. 2 wide now for second. And Nick Janitis better look out, because if Partridge gets by that 22 of Allen, Nick Janitis is going to have his hands full.
Yeah, that Partridge in the 11 car really looks good right now. He's making it work right on the bottom of the racetrack. That's a tough way around here. Does he have him cleared?
It looks as though he's taken second away, so Partridge moves up into the 2nd spot. Nick Janitis still holding on to the top position. Back in 3rd, Andy Allen.
Remember, Nick Janitis said he won the last 700 lap races here. Said he already had 25 laps under his belt from the qualifying race. Just another 75 to make it 8 in a row.
Out in front, Nick Janitis still holding on. Ryan Partridge right on his back bumper. Andy Allen, Alex Haas, and Rod Johnson Jr. your top 5. Stay with us. Welcome back. A great four-way battle for the lead. A little contact there. Ryan Partridge got into the back of the 71 of Nick Janitis. He starts smoking. He falls back and has problems.
I think something happened to Janitis, and that's why Ryan Partridge got up on him so quick. Looks like Janitis
up on the outside of the racetrack, wasn't able to get off the racetrack. You can get off the racetrack in turn number 1, right before turn 1. But now he slows in the high line. Looks as though he's going to duck down onto the apron and into the infield. So a tough situation for our early race leader. Nick Janitis has problems with that race car, makes his way onto pit road.
That gives the lead to the 11 of Ryan Partridge. Watch this now. When they drive down into turn number 3, it looked like Ryan Partridge was just going to run into the back of him. But something happened right there to the 71 of Nick Janitis. Looked like an engine problem.
A little smoke coming out of that race car. And right by goes Ryan Partridge, and we see Nick Janitis about to climb out of his race car.
You know what a heartbreak this is. He talked about how important this race was. Great battle for second. Alex Haas in the 66 gets by the 22 of Allen.
Andy Allen fights back on the bottom, though. Haas on the outside in the 66, Allen on the inside in the 22. Jim Trado, what's going on with the 66 team?
Well, Alex Haas is a good friend of Kyle Busch. As a matter of fact, the Las Vegas native used to sleep on Kyle's couch and race his Legends car in Charlotte during the shootout. Alex Haas also campaigned with Kyle Busch Backey in the NASCAR West Series. He's got a ton of laps here, but he's only raced here 3 times. And Alex Haas told me, I don't have a whole lot going, maybe 2 or 3 races. So he certainly wants to impress here. He said he's been close to victory 3 times in the last 2 years here at Irwindale, trying to close the deal from 7th in that 66 machine.
He's got second place now, Jim.
Catching up to the slower lap traffic now is second and third. Again, Haas and Allen, 66 and the 22. Still chasing the 11 of Ryan Partridge. Once Partridge was able to clear the 71 of Nick Janitis, he's been able to just pull away from the 66 of Haas. And now let's hear from Nick Janitis. He is with Dick Berggren.
What happened?
Yeah, unfortunately, we got an old Ford in here. We put in there to try and make it to this race, and apparently just tried to get too many laps out of it. You know, these guys are running these spec motors with a lot more horsepower, and hey, this thing was doing great. I was up there just cruising. I love the fact that they were trying to pass me on the inside, burning up their tires, playing the veteran move there, but had a great car. Unfortunately, his motor wasn't going to make it to the end, and I think we had a good shot at it, but it wasn't meant to be tonight. We'll give him one last shot tomorrow night in that King Taco car.
All right, sorry you're out of it tonight, Nick. Thank you.
Nick's talking about the late model race that we'll have as part of the program tomorrow night.
Disappointing for the 3-time track champion here at Toyota Speedway. Out front, though, it's Ryan Partridge. Take a look at the lead he has now over second place Haas and third place Allen. Rod Johnson Jr. pole sitter back in the 4th spot. And that's rounded out by the number 19 of Dan Moore in 5th. Tomorrow they call it the Daytona 500 of short track racing, where the next generation of NASCAR superstars square off. It's the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown, live from Irwindale tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
What a great event that has become over the years. 2003 was the first time that we came out here for the showdown, and man, we've had some tremendous races out here.
Great battles right to the end, and actually controversy in a couple races where the guy who won the race, or at least hoisted the trophy at the end, didn't end up being the winner of the race.
One time the winner was disqualified for illegal wheels, and another time he was disqualified or actually penalized a lap for rough driving.
Rough driving. Great battle for second continuing between the 66 of Alex Haas and the 22 of Andy Allen. Allen trying that low line once again.
Dan Moore has been able to get by the 03 of Rod Johnson Jr. for the 4th spot. Ryan Partridge ran this race last year, had a top 10 finish, ended up in the 8th spot. So
he's 12th, 13th, and 14th in the running order. Brennan Ash in the 1. Dustin Ash, excuse me, driving the 1 car.
a 95 car in that battle too.
You don't want to try Bear's name? I know you're good at it. Resnowicki.
Wesnowicki.
Or Resnowicki. There's a lot of letters in there, and I think too many vowels. Again, Dustin Ash in the 1. Bear Resnowicki in the 95, looking to the bottom of the racetrack. Jack Madrid in the 91.
Jack started all the way back at the 24th spot, so he's made a nice little pickup here up to the 12th spot.
Again, 25 cars starting this race.
This race is clicking by too. We've already completed 43 laps.
On the 44th lap, 3 cars off the racetrack. Kevin Conway, one of those. Cassie Janis and Nick Janitis, the other 2 that are no longer competing on the track. See Bear Resnowicki still trying to make his way around the 9 of Scott Dodd. Looking to the bottom also, that 43 of Dennis Furton. 3 wide now. Oh, contact. He's driving like a bear out there.
Yes, yes he is. See the damage to the right front fender on Bear's car, the 95 car.
Scott Dodd in the 9 staying up high. You can see a little bit of the damage on the left rear of that car. Fender pushed back. Bear Resnowicki in the 95, damage to the right front of his race car.
Remember, Nick Janitis talked about the guys running on the bottom, burning their tires up. It's really hard on the tires when you go down there.
Just 6 degrees of banking on the bottom of those racetracks. 27 of Mark Schaefer. That white 27 just in front of this group.
Bear continues to run the bottom of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Ryan Partridge.
Oh, there it is. Bear Resnowicki gets turned around. The 27 caught up in this, Mark Schaefer. And that will bring out our second caution. Looks like also spinning to avoid contact was Dennis Furton in the 43.
A lot of damage to these cars.
So a little too much contact for Bear Resnowicki as he gets the right side damaged on that race car, and you see the left side of Mark Schaefer pulled back like a can opener. Left front fender. Take another look at what happened.
See, there's Bear, the 95 on the inside. A little bit of contact between the 9 and the 27, gets the 27 sideways. Bear really an innocent victim.
Scott Dodd in that number 9 got the 27 turned around. So Schaefer had nowhere to go. Bear had nowhere to go.
There's another look. There's the contact, the initial contact.
You saw that 43 of Dennis Furton spinning to avoid incident.
Bear was just minding his own business on the bottom of the racetrack. And tough break. Mark Schaefer comes across his nose.
Bear staying in the race car. It looks like he's going to try to continue on. We got a little look at the right side of that race car. See the damage to the right front.
Looks like the tires are up, though.
Two-thirds of the way done with this one. 50 of the 75 laps complete. Starting to stage the cars for the K&N Pro Series Open race, which is a quick sprint to determine the final 6 positions for tomorrow's showdown. A little steam coming out of the race car there. Not the driver who's losing its temper. Ryan Partridge out in front. Alex Haas still running second. Eddie Allen rounds out the top 3. And welcome back, finishing the cleanup from our second caution that just took place. The car's about to line back up in double file restart position. Take a look back at why we had our second caution.
We're going to see the little contact between the 9 of Scott Dodd and the 27 of Mark Schaefer. Scott gets in the back of Mark, turns him sideways right here, right in front of Bear Resnowicki. Had absolutely nowhere to go. Bear is back on the racetrack, though.
Scott Dodd was able to get by. It looked like unscathed, but Scott Dodd came onto pit road and looked as though the team took another look at that race car. As you see, guys working on Bear's race car, trying to get him back out onto the racetrack.
Double foul restarts. Ryan Partridge decided to take the outside. That is his choice.
Ryan Partridge on the outside. The 66 of Alex Haas on the inside. Green flag back in the air.
Ryan Partridge got a little bit sideways when he jumped on the throttle.
One of the other things, the rule in NASCAR is the second place guy cannot beat the first place guy to the start finish line, and he actually did on that start.
Bad rule.
Alex Haas had the jump, but here comes the 11 of Ryan Partridge battling back on the inside now. Can't make the pass.
It's not Alex Haas's fault that the 11 of Ryan Partridge spun the tires. But great side. Oh, it's trouble. Rod Johnson Jr. goes around.
Rod Johnson Jr. in the 0-3 around. Cars avoiding, and our third caution will come out. Rod Johnson Jr. able to keep it going straight, but it looks like more problems. I believe it's the 25 of Danny Bopp. No, it's actually that 79 of Gary Jenkins. Right front tire down. You see the wheel.
It looks like he's made some contact with somebody because it looks like that right front is really towed out. Watch your right of your screen. Rod Johnson's going to get sideways. I don't think there was any contact. I think he just got in the throttle, got a little bit sideways. Not sure what happened to Gary Jenkins in the 79.
There you see Gary Jenkins pretty close to the back of the field there with the right front already down.
Coincidental. So he just got up, maybe got the right rear up on the loose stuff a little bit. These guys run really high here.
Yep.
But again, you can get too high.
Into the marbles. A little bit of the rubber off of the tires collects up on the high side of the racetrack. There you see the damage to the right side of that race car. He didn't actually get the jack underneath the frame there either, so he was jacking up the body of that race car.
A little bit of a fire. That may just be rubber burning.
Brakes getting warm, the header's right there.
Losing laps while he's in the pits. Remember, these caution laps do count here in the super late model race.
You know, it looked like that right front tire wasn't turning also, it wasn't going straight, so he might have broke more than just the tire and wheel.
Looks like it's really towed out to me.
Yeah. Let's go down to Dick Berggren.
The left front corner of Jenkins' car is pretty well pushed in. He has run into somebody, or somebody has run into him. A big black tire mark. The right side of the body, as a result of the incident with the jack, is all pushed up in the air. But the biggest problem he faces right now is that he is losing laps. Every lap counts, including the ones under caution.
So that's Gary Jenkins in the 79 sitting on pit road right now while the field continues to work its way around this half-mile racetrack. Being scored your leader, the 66 of Alex Haas out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Ryan Partridge second. Andy Allen is third. 19 of Dan Moore in the fourth position. And that 31, Jason Frazier rounding out our top five.
Chris Gerchman, the 26 car, is being waved around the pace car. He will be the free pass.
Try to get back on the lead lap.
Alex Haas has chosen the inside, which is a little bit surprising. He was able to get the lead from the outside. His choice, leader's choice, but he's going to take the inside.
And the pace car making its way off of the racetrack. Field back in the hands of that 66 of Alex Haas. works their way through 3 and 4. Getting ready for the final 14 laps of racing. 13 to go when they hit the stripe. We're back underway.
Good clean start.
Alex Haas down to the bottom of the racetrack and works his way back up. He's just see 3-4 wide behind him.
See if he can clear him. He does clear Ryan Partridge. Partridge is going to fight back on the inside.
Crossover move at the stripe. He takes the lead back away from Haas. Ryan Partridge out in front. Alex Haas drops back to second.
Dan Moore has now moved up into third position in the 19 car.
Andy Allen's got his hands full in that 22 car, trying to hold on to the 4th spot.
That's Jason Frazier, the 31 car, side by side with Andy Allen. Then the 99 of Brandon Loverock.
6 cars all packed together for the top 6 spots. A little contact working their way through 1 and 2.
3 wide.
Dick Berger.
Alex Haas really made the bottom work during his qualifying race earlier today. And I asked him just before this feature event if he was going to try the bottom again. He smiled and said, absolutely. He's got the bottom working for that number 66 car.
I think the problem is, though, it cost him the lead on that restart.
On the restart. After the crossover move by Ryan Partridge, Alex Haas is now chasing and has about a car length and a half between he and the leader. '99 of Brandon Loverock on the inside. 19 of Dan Moore on the outside. Those two continuing to battle. They're all chasing Ryan Partridge, Jim.
And Ryan Partridge this year did something that no one has ever done at Irwindale. He won 10 consecutive races on his way to winning the Speed Truck Championship here. Out of 14 races, he's won the first 10, and certainly taking the most advantage on him, running with David Eshelman, who's like the Rick Hendrick here at Irwindale. Always runs multiple teams. Partridge in the Super Late, certainly impressive here with less than 10 to go.
I think David Eshelman, the owner of this car, used to be the mayor of Fontana, California.
You see that a lot here in California.
Mayors?
Yeah. Well, famous people taking over famous roles. Governor Schwarzenegger just relinquishing his job. Great battle here. The 31 making his way on the outside. That's Jason Frazier.
Locked up the right front brake there for a moment.
Dan Moore battling back in that 19 on the inside. 5 laps remaining. Here comes Moore again to the inside. Frazier on the outside, no contact made. Frazier able to jet back out in front using all the track, but you see that right front wheel locking up.
Got to be easy on those brakes. Cars don't want to turn very well when you're sliding the tires.
Frazier staying high, Dan Moore down low. Moore needing some more racetrack to get back in the gas a little bit earlier.
Inside of 3 laps to go now.
Great battle for 4th continuing. Frazier in the 31. Dan Moore in the 19. Out in front, Ryan Partridge has a half a second lead over Alex Haas. Less than 2 laps of racing to go. Coming out of turn 4. A half mile remaining for Ryan Partridge. So dominant in the trucks at this racetrack, and now putting on a dominant performance in the super late models.
That side-by-side battle continues for 4th.
Coming out of turn number 4, he'll see the checkered flag. It's Ryan Partridge winning the super late model race.
Jason Frazier ends up winning that battle for the 4th spot over Dan Moore.
Thompson and Reed, top 10 finish.
Good battle for the 8th and 9th spots.
Eric Schmidt rounds out our top 10. Ryan Partridge will make his way to victory lane.
What a great battle the 70 of Thompson and the 04 of Reed had coming to the line. Going to make a little contact, maybe, and a little more contact, and even some more contact, but the 70 of Thompson is able to take that spot. And look at the damage to the left front of the 04 car.
Yeah. Left front wheel leaning in. No problems though for the 11 of Ryan Partridge. Ryan started this race in 5th and was the first to the checkered flag. Kevin Conway comes over to congratulate race winner Ryan Partridge. Unofficial results: Partridge, Haas, Allen, Frazier, and Moore, your top 5.
See, Kevin Thompson wins that battle for 8th over Ryan Reed, and Eric Schmidt rounds out the top 10.
Scott Dodd in the 9, involved in that incident, brought out our second caution.
Our pole sitter Rod Johnson Jr. has trouble, spins coming off turn number 2, ends up with a 15th place finish.
Nick Janitis, after starting on the front row, finishes 24th. Casey Gaines rounds out the field at 25. How about the celebration for the driver of the 11? Ryan Partridge, excited about this win here at the All-Star Showdown. And let's go down now with Dick Berggren.
Congratulations to you. Every win is big, but because this is Showdown weekend, is this bigger than most?
This is the biggest race for the season for us. I'm absolutely ecstatic right now. It feels like we've been trying for this for 10 years.
What was the difference between tonight and everything else you did for the last 10 years?
Oh, nothing. We've been working up to it. We won a lot of races this season. We did a lot of good deeds, but now it's our time to win the showdown, and we just did. It was excellent. I'd like to thank Eshelman Racing. Extends is on board for this season. We got Brock Reynolds Incorporated, iBox Springs, Pepsi One Super Late Models, Irwindale Speedway, everybody involved. This is an awesome show. You guys got to come out here and check this out.
Now, you lost the lead for a while to Alex Hayes. How did you get it back?
Oh, me and Alex are good old buddies. We used to race legend cars together, and we know how to race each other. A little bit of door bang and some rubbing. It's all good. We're comfortable with each other. He's a good guy, very good racer, clean racer. He did what he needed to do to prove himself, but I think our car was a little better.
How you celebrate?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go to what, Disneyland? Is that what they say?
Congratulations to you.
Which is actually about 35 minutes from here. Disneyland. Batman, the symbol on the front for our winner, Ryan Partridge. A great 75 lap race for the super late models.
You see that sticker right in front of the number there on the 11?
Yeah.
30 years now that NASCAR has been involved with the weekly racing series. Here's the pass for the lead right here. Alex Haas gets it. The crossover move by Ryan Partridge, and he goes on to win.
You had mentioned that decal, 30 years. Wheeling All-American Series. A lot of that helped by the late Jim Hunter.
Very instrumental in forming the weekly racing series.
Now let's head down to the infield and Jim Trado.
And guys, he told Dick before the race he's going to make the inside work. Alex Haas, he came up second on the restart. You got in front of him, and man, he powered right past you off of 4.
I tell you what, I was going to be happy either way. You know, I knew coming into this weekend the spec motors were going to be hard to run with. We had, some problems in qualifying. We ripped the third link mount out of it coming out on the track. We had to pull it back there, weld the whole back of the car up. We didn't have scales. It's just a mom and dad thing. And, just eyeballed it best we could. Come out here, come from 7th place to 2nd like that and run as hard as we were, it says a lot. I got to thank Thompson Motorsports, man. He's helped me out a lot lately. JT, I know you're watching at home. Thank you, sir. Mom and dad, Chris that came down with us, both Chris's, Aaron. We got Jason over there, Mom, Scooter, everybody that came down and helped us, man. I can't thank them enough.
You got to play here about 10 times, and I talked during the race about how close you've been. That must have been pretty tasty leading this race.
I tell you what, I said on the interview out here, I don't know if my spotter called me clear or not, but I was coming up either way. So, it was a fun race. Ryan beat us. I felt like last year got taken away from us. We should have won that one, but he played and beat us this year. It was a good race.
Good job, Alex.
It's always a good sign when the guy who finishes second is still smiling. Ryan Partridge able to celebrate his first win of the 2011 season. Coming up next, it's the open qualifying race. 12 cars, only 6 spots remain in the main event. Stay with us. Last year, 16-year-old Sergio Pena won a competition held by Revolution Racing to earn a spot to race in the Toyota All-Star Showdown. But he didn't stop there. Pena went on to win the pole for the event, creating a very young front row beside 19-year-old Joey Logano. A change in race format this year left drivers with a final 25-lap shootout. While other drivers were wrecking in the back, Logano and Pena were up front battling for the lead. The two dominated the race, leading every lap. Despite a late race charge by defending race winner Matt Kovaluk, Logano was able to hang on and take the checkers for his second showdown win. Sergio Pena finished second. Rich history in this event, starting back in 2003 when Austin Cameron, after fighting cancer during the season, was able to come out and be victorious in the first ever Toyota All-Star Showdown.
Mike Johnson from the East actually won the first time for the East guys out here in 2004. And the farthest ever back for a winner in 24.
David Gilliland, West Series driver, was able to capture the trophy in 2005.
Mike Olson actually crossed the finish line first, was disqualified for failing post-race inspection.
Then Matt Kovaluk from the East Series was able to capture the trophy in 2006.
He had finished second a couple times before and finally got that first win.
Claimed it to be his biggest victory. Joey Logano, after an extremely successful East Series season, was able to capture the crown in 2007.
He's done some pretty good things since then, too.
Certainly has. Matt Kovaluk comes back to be the first ever two-time winner of the showdown in 2009.
That same Joey Logano was penalized on the last lap for rough driving, relegating him to back of the pack.
But then he was able to regain the title in 2010. Joey Logano, the second two-time winner of the Toyota All-Star Showdown. And there you see the winners, the previous winners, and where they've come out of, at least the series that they were representing when they raced here in the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. And this showdown is extremely important for a lot of reasons. Travis Pastrana obviously making his first ever start for NASCAR, but we've got a lot of young drivers that are trying to make their way up into the ranks of NASCAR. And this is really the place to start. We're going to see a late model race in just a few moments, and that's really the ladder system that NASCAR likes to see drivers take.
Yeah, NASCAR definitely has a definitive ladder system. You start with the weekly racing series of NASCAR. Whelen sponsors that series, and they've just agreed to sponsor it for 10 more years too. But that's where these guys get started. And then you try to graduate to the regional touring series like the K&N Pro Series or the Modifieds. And that's where a lot of these guys are plucked. Right here from the local racers, the weekly racers, then they move up to the K&N Series, and then people like Joey Logano move on to the Sprint Cup Series, Nationwide Series, and the Truck Series. So a great ladder system here at NASCAR, and this is where it's going to start right here tonight for a lot of these late model guys.
Last night we saw the super late models. We want to take a look at the specs for the late models that will run a 50-lap race tonight. Here are the specifics.
You can see the horsepower is about 440 horsepower. These cars will run about 130 miles an hour. Important thing is they weigh 2,900 pounds with the driver.
Earlier tonight, there were 2 heat races to determine the grid, the 25-car grid. And so this was just a couple hours ago. Sean Woodside in the 45 started on the pole of the first heat race, and he was able to capture the checker in that race, so he was locking into one of the front row positions.
Sean actually finished second last year in this race.
But a little problem getting started. That's the 17 of Mike Johnson. Spins the tires on the green flag. There were problems behind the field in this race.
Well, Nick Janitis put the heartbreak of last night, breaking in the super late model race, puts that aside, and he will start on the front row after winning the second qualifying race.
And let's go down to the track again with Dick Berggren.
And Sean Woodside, who is very experienced in these kinds of cars as well as at this particular racetrack. You got 24 guys that want to take your position. How are you going to keep them all back there?
Hopefully with a good car. Bill Lowe did a great engine for us, Mike Harvick chassis, and the car's really working well this weekend. We unloaded off the trailer, the car was real good, and we won the qualifying race, qualified third earlier, and hopefully everything goes our way.
Crew Chief Mike Harvick, father of NASCAR star Kevin Harvick. What does he bring to your operation?
Well, he, if you know him, he brings a lot to the operation. We keep the car up at his shop, and you know, it's a long trip for us going from Santa Clarita up to Bakersfield, but well worth it. And Mike's always treated us real well and prepared a great car for us with Apache Rental sponsoring the deal.
All right, we wish you well tonight.
Jim.
And sharing the front row will be a man who's driven this race car, minus the paint job and the new number, to a championship and a lot of race victories here at Irwindale. Nick Joanitis, 40 career victories. I imagine this one is going to be really special if you're able to nail it tonight. How are you going to do it?
Hey, again, showdown, same as last night. We're hoping for a different script. We led last night, unfortunately blew a motor. You know, I got to thank Luis Martinez for giving me the opportunity to drive this car. My team owner, Lloyd McGee, sold it at the end of last year, and Luis asked me to drive it for one race, so we're going to give it everything we can. This Jackson race car is pretty stout tonight, and see if we can hold off Woodside over here, my old Saugus rival.
Exactly, going back a few years, but think about tonight, a 50-lapper. You've had great success with 100-lap, 75-lap races. You race here enough weekly now. What's it going to take in a 50-lap sprint to get it done?
50 laps, hey, you know, we got to go right from lap one, no letting off.
The thoughts of Nick Joanitis, who is certainly a very, very fast racer around Irwindale's half mile. Guys?
Thanks, Jim. And that's next on the list of things happening here on Speed. It will be a 50-lap late model race. That is coming up next. And setting it up for the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown, which is always electric and emotional. Joey Logano winning a couple years back. Matt Kovala goes back to victory lane. And a year ago, it was Joey Logano that held off Sergio Pena for his second win. Stay with us. Take another look back. 2003. It was the inaugural year for the Toyota All-Star Showdown. It pitted the best drivers from NASCAR's Touring Series against each other in a 125-mile race. In the end, it was Austin Cameron from the West beating out Andy Santerre from the East to claim the first East-West Showdown.
Did you see that crowd?
A magical event. We've got a great crowd on hand once again tonight.
It just gets better and better. I was here for that inaugural race back in 2003, and there was so much interest from all the competitors and all the fans, and it hasn't stopped. It's been better.
Another guy who's been here since the beginning of this event, Dick Berggren. Dick?
And having seen all of these Toyota All-Star races, I got to tell you, Rick, this is the best crowd ever. That is a capacity crowd up in the grandstand, and no wonder. We have got drivers here literally from all over the world, champions from all sorts of kinds of racing, and they are all here tonight to try to win the biggest trophies in this kind of sport.
In the past, Dick, there's been a large field of race cars. They've had 2 qualifying races earlier today to whittle it down to the best 25 machines. Last night we saw a field of 25 in a very clean, very exciting super late model race here at Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. Tonight, the late models, up front, a lot of veterans, but again, they whittled it down to the best 25 that have seen this racetrack before, and the ones that haven't had to race their way in out of the Daytona 500.
25 cars going 50 laps to determine who will be king of the short track for the late model series. Will it be that 41? Possibly Sean Woodside out front of this field. He will bring the field to the green flag tonight in his number 45. And Nick Joanitis trying to do better than what happened last night. He started on the inside of row number 1 last night and ended up blowing a motor early in the event, so very disappointed, but was running well.
Yeah, and that was his last ride in that car for the super late models. And we heard him mention in an interview earlier that Luis Martinez gave him a shot to drive this car. This was his car from last year. Luis bought it, but he said, hey, why don't you drive it one more time?
Drivers are all strapped in. They're waiting to hear the command to start engines. And we're going racing when we come back to Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. A great crowd on hand. Welcome back to Toyota Speedway at Irwindale for the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. The late models are rolling. 25 cars going 50 laps. And already a problem for the 99 of Tim Smith out of Bakersfield, California. Look at the rear end on that car.
Yeah, rear suspension's broken on that car. I would imagine that more than likely would be terminal for him. What a heartbreak.
Very difficult situation. They rolled the cars out here about 45 minutes ago, but you see that car not obviously run in the right direction, so he will pull into the pits. Take a look at our starting lineup. Sean Woodside and Nick Janitis making up row number 1. Janitis, a 3-time track champion here at Irwindale.
Tim Huddleston back starting in the 4th position, won this race last year. Mike Johnson starting back in 6th, won it in 2009.
Second 10, Dylan Lufton, Kenny Smith. How about Matt Scott? Matt Scott was from Pine Grove, California, 2010 late model champion from All-American Speedway.
Jonathan Gomez will be doing double duty tonight. He's also running the K&N race, 6th in points last year.
Taylor Cusick rounding out the field of 25. Let's head back trackside to Dick Berggren.
And Tim Smith's car is up on jack stands. This is a major problem. The rear end in this car has actually moved. The locating rods somehow or another have failed it. He almost certainly will not start this event.
And Dick, one driver that had to race his way in. We talked about this being like the Gatorade duel at Daytona. To get in this race, they split the qualifying down the middle, and you had to race your way in to get in this field of 25. One driver here not able to post a time yesterday is the number 41 machine of Travis Irving. He finished 5th here in the late model points over 16 races. He's just one of 7 drivers that have gone to victory lane. So talk about experience up front. This man already had to race his way in those 20-lap qualifiers to get in the show tonight. So I think we'll see a little bit of more work out of him heading to the front for the 41 of Travis Irving. Again, winning on opening night and finishing 5th here in the late model standings.
And isn't it just a sweeter thing when you're able to race your way into an event?
Absolutely.
Travis Irving getting his ride here tonight by racing his way in earlier today. The field all in line. The lights go out on the pace car. Maybe one more time around before we see the green flag. The super late models ran 75 laps last night, and it was a fairly clean race. Just 3 cautions thrown throughout that entire event.
Rick, we talk about this being the ladder system of NASCAR, and what a great thing it is for these drivers to be able to do this thing right here live on television. Not only do you have the K&N owners in the infield and out in the garage area and scattered around the grandstands watching, but you have everybody, you know, thousands and thousands of people watching at home. So what a great opportunity for these late model guys.
Nationwide and around the world. Again, Sean Woodside in the 45, Nick Janitis on his outside. Coming to the green flag. We're underway in Irwindale.
Trouble back about the 3rd row. The 17 car, Mike Johnson had trouble. He had trouble on the start in this qualifying race as well.
2 and 3 wide, fighting for position behind the front of the pack. Out in front, though, it's Sean Woodside in the 45. Nick Janitis in the 30. Cuts into 2nd.
You know, Sean Woodside, we talk about him finishing 2nd in this race last year. He's a former West Series champion. He won the K&N Pro Series West Division Championship back in 1999.
Quite a different line we're seeing these drivers take tonight. We saw most of the drivers running up higher. And early on, Woodside was down at the bottom of the racetrack, as we also see Nick Janitis go down there, and even below the white line, we're seeing some other drivers try that part of the asphalt.
We'll see if that continues to work as we get some heat in these tires.
That's Brandon Davis in the 15 that's running down almost on the apron. So Woodside, Janitis, Huddleston, Davis, and Johnson are your top 5. The battle for 3rd between Huddleston and Davis. Davis on the inside, Huddleston on the outside.
Brandon Davis able to make it work right now. Looks like Nick Janitis may be holding up Huddleston for just a little bit.
Sparks coming out of both race cars, running again the high line around this racetrack. Progressive banking, 6 degrees at the bottom of the track, 12 degrees at the top of the track.
That's what lends itself to 2 and 3 wide racing. You see Brandon Davis down there at the bottom of the racetrack. He looks like he has a very, very good race car. It's a shorter way around, but he doesn't have that banking to lean on. That's why it's very, very difficult for him coming off the corner to use all that throttle.
Looks like he's going to grab the edge on that 30 of Nick Janitis as they come out of turn 4. Oh, and problems on the backstretch. The 88 of Dylan Hutchinson. Hard into the outside wall. So our first caution coming out after lap 7. Dylan Hutchinson. See a lot of damage to the front of that race car.
Looks like these drivers were really struggling trying to get some heat in the tires. already made some contact with the outside wall over there in turn number 2.
Slid all the way down the racetrack. There's another look.
Just got a little bit loose. And then overcorrected, got into the outside wall.
Good job by John Moore avoiding. So Hutchison brings out caution number 1 here in the late models from Irwindale Speedway. Sean Woodside out in front of Nick Janitis. Brandon Davis, Mike Johnson in the top 5. Welcome back to Toyota Speedway in Irwindale. Already on the record, the 88 of Dylan Hutchison early on in this race. Coming off of turn number 2, had some contact.
Got a little bit sideways coming off of turn 2. There he is, the red car. Then overcorrected, swung back out into the outside wall.
Actually made a little contact with the 4 of Sean Bennett, but Bennett was able to continue on. And it looks like the end of the night for Dylan Hutchison. They've got him into the infield now, and the field working their way around this half-mile racetrack.
Still under caution, have not given the 1 to go signal yet.
Tomorrow, the Rolex 24 from Daytona continues with Johnson, Pruitt, Franchitti, Montoya, and more of the greatest drivers in the world. They're competing in America's premier endurance race. It's the Rolex 24 at Daytona, continuing live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, only on Speed. How about that great crowd here tonight? What a spectacular event they are getting ready for and seeing right now. Sean Woodside still out in front.
How about we talk about at 9 o'clock tomorrow having the 24-hour race back on the Rolex 24? They'll race till then, by the way.
That's right. Through the night.
Bert Purcell right now leading the 24-hour race.
Really?
Got a nice cup flavor as well as IndyCar flavor, as you mentioned in that race. A.J. Allmendinger, Michael McDowell, teammates. Jimmy Johnson obviously racing. Jim, what's going on down there on pit road?
Jonathan Gomez was scheduled to race all 3 events, the SRL champ and West Race rookie, and just pulling away from his pits, guys. The 22 machine, he brought it in. He started back in 19th. Thinks he may have the wrong carburetor. They didn't go under the hood. They went to the adjustments on the chassis to get this car a bit better tuned in for Jonathan Gomez, who we'll see later tonight in the showdown as well.
So with only a 50-lap race right now, I don't have a whole lot of time to make up this track position.
And the laps count under caution. A lot of all-star races sometimes don't count the laps when you're under caution, but they do in this event. So we have completed 12 laps. We're on lap 13 of the 50 scheduled.
One of the most famous names ever to run the Rolex 24 is Hurley Haywood. You know, we remember him from driving the Brumos Porsche way back in the day. Well, he's racing again, came out of retirement and leading the GT category.
Very impressive. We see Richie Altman of Riverside, California on pit road. Looks like they're working on the right rear of that race car. Pace car will make its way off of the racetrack, putting the field back in the hands of Woodside. 15 of Brandon Davis will start on the outside. Brandon holds the late model track record here. Green flag back in the air. Woodside shoots out front once again. Problems behind him. The 4 of Sean Bennett gets turned around, as well as now the 44, and you're seeing the 65 spin around of George Atkinson Jr.
Several cars involved in that. I thought we had a pretty clean start going.
Chris Holloway in the 44 has damage on his race car. George Atkinson Jr., you see the damage to the front of that race car. Double file restarts are difficult.
They sure are, and had trouble with this one. They sure make it exciting, though. A lot of damage there.
Yeah, we saw Sean Bennett sideways as he was going into turn 1. Chris Holloway was behind him. But look at the damage to that race car.
Yeah, I think I saw the radiator busted on this 44 car. That'll pretty much be terminal. See if we can get another look. Look, they were already sideways. They were 3 wide going down into turn number 1. And I believe it was Sean Bennett's car, the 4 car, that was sideways first. You see him right there sideways with a little bit of contact from the 56 car.
Dylan Lupton in the 56 car out of Wilton, California, was pushing that number 4 sideways into turn number 1.
This racetrack is so wide, so inviting. There's a 4 right there middle. They're going to make it 4 wide for just a moment, and it did not work.
Dylan Lupton got into the left rear of the 4 car of Sean Bennett. He got sideways, and that.
Let's take another look at the start here. You see the car jump down to the bottom to make it 3 wide. I believe that's the 90 of Tony McRae. Typically, you're not allowed to pass to the left before you get to the start-finish line. Looked like she had pulled down there. Then when they got down to the corner, they were 4 wide. They just ran out of room. Jonathan Gomez, who just made a pit stop, got a piece of that as well.
Unfortunate incident on our first restart. Woodside and Davis were out in front. No problems between the 2 of them.
We talked about Tony McRae and the 90 passing before they got to the start. We're hearing the NASCAR officials are going to black flag her for passing before the start.
Double foul restarts, they say you have to hold your position until the start finish line. Once you get to the start finish line, then you can start fighting for position.
Sometimes you'll have a car that'll spin the tires and really miss a gear, not get going, and it's so tempting to drive down there underneath. Let's take another look. See, about the 8th row back is Tony. They get a little bit bottled up there. She just has some momentum. She actually passed the 44 car and was beside the 56. More than likely, those drivers weren't aware that she was there.
Dick Berggren.
Well, Chris Holloway, your car is all bent up. Winner here last year actually now, but what did that thing look like from behind the wheel?
I just saw a lot of mess. I saw the 4 car turn around right in front of me. I had nowhere to go. Normally I'm pretty good at missing these wrecks, but I just got caught up. Guy missed a shift on the restart, and we just couldn't get going. It got all boggled up, and I just want to thank 4-Star Fruit, Byron Campbell for helping me this weekend, Mike Key, my crew chief. I wish we could have done better, but we had a real fast race car until that happened. We're going to go right to the front.
Thank you.
Such a tough break for these drivers. I mean, they wait for this event. It's such a big event for all 3 of the series, the super late models, the late models, as well as the K&N series. And then to have it taken away in the first 15 or 20 laps, it's just heartbreaking.
In so quickly. You see so much damage. There's a lot of sheet metal missing from the 65 of George Atkinson Jr.'s race car. They're working to try to make sure nothing falls off of that car if they let them back out onto the racetrack. They'll go back to double file. Giving them 1 to go, and we'll go back to racing. Completed 18 laps of the 50 scheduled. Sean Woodside, after winning the first qualifying race earlier this afternoon, start up front.
He sure made that inside line work well on that restart just a few moments ago.
Not having to use the banking that is afforded him on the high side of the racetrack.
Brandon Davis, the 15 car, will start on the outside of the front row.
George Atkinson Jr. coming out back onto the racetrack with his modified late model. Coming out of turn number 4. Green flag back in the air.
Another great start by Sean Woodside.
They say 2 by 2 across the stripe, and now begin battling for position.
Now Nick Janitis pulls up side by side with Brandon Davis in a battle for second.
Behind them, the 50 of Tim Huddleston. He was the winner of this event a year ago, looking to defend his title.
Tim Huddleston in the 50 and Brandon Davis in the 15 are actually teammates. Janitis pulls out to the outside to take over the second spot. And Davis said, no, I'm going to give it another try on the bottom.
Looks to the inside, trying to hold on to that second spot, but Janitis takes it on the high side of the racetrack. Now Woodside way up the racetrack. That's what we saw a lot of last night. We see Davis ducking back down, trying to take that spot away, and problems for the 4 now. Sean Bennett blows up, and the caution will come out again. You see the fluid trailing behind that 4.
I have to believe that was probably related to that most recent incident we had. Probably had a busted oil line or something like that. Tough break.
And climbing out of that race car is Sean Bennett. So the
Emergency
safety
crew right there.
Take care of him. This is what happened. Just entering turn number 1, the engine expires.
And that could have been caused by a broken oil line or something like that. Ran that car out of oil and unfortunately went up in flames.
And remember, on the last restart, that car was sideways, so potentially backwards and potentially doing damage to the motor. And it expires, so the 4 of Sean Bennett will be out of this one. Sean Woodside out front, though. Live on Speed, get fired up for the duel. The new faster Daytona surface will test NASCAR's best. Hold on for 2 action-packed races that set the field for the Daytona 500. The Gatorade Duel at Daytona, live February 17th, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Talking about a different dynamic now at Daytona with that new paving job, first one in over 30 years. They're talking about that race being wild.
A lot of grip. We're under a red flag condition, and that because the 4 of Sean Bennett blew up on the racetrack. Some fluid was spilled going into turn number 1. And so the safety crews are out there making sure that the racing condition is safe for all the drivers.
This short race, this 50-lap race, you don't want these drivers to drive around 10 laps under caution while they clean the racetrack up.
We just saw the 4 pass by, and now you'll see the smoke rolling out.
Pretty considerable blow up there, it looked like.
And Sean Bennett was quick to get off the racetrack and out of the groove. We've had some incidents already in this race, and we'll take a look back at how it all began. That's the 88 of Dylan Hutchison. Early on, gets into the back wall. Then Sean Bennett in the 4 sideways.
Right after a restart.
Contact.
4 wide going in turn number 1. That didn't work out too well.
Dylan Lupton right over the front left quarter panel, and then you see the 4 of Sean Bennett on fire after the engine explodes going into turn number 1. So the track getting cleaned up. We'll be back for more racing action. Drivers anticipating what's coming up next. The NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. Immediately following the late model race, they'll be climbing into their cars momentarily, getting ready. Probably the biggest story coming in is the 99 of Travis Pastrana. He'll be making his NASCAR debut tonight right here on Speed. Derek Thorne won the pole yesterday. Sure, he's ready to climb in and take to the racetrack. He and Greg Pursley will lead the field to the green flag tonight. We heard from Sean Case last night. He said he was leaving here with the trophy.
And he's going to start third.
He starts third.
Has a great race car.
Back under a yellow flag condition. The car's rolling once again after they've got the fluid cleaned up off the racetrack.
You know, Rick, we talk about this being a ladder system. Derek Thorne, our pole sitter, finished 4th last year in the super late model race. So that's how it happens. You impress somebody in one of these weekly racing series races, and then you get an opportunity to move up.
Trying to make the most of that opportunity tonight. Free pass was given to the 56 of Dylan Lupton, so he'll tack on to the back of the field. And the pace car about to leave the racetrack. Again, it's Woodside and Janitis, 1 and 2, making up row number 1. Brandon Davis now back into the 3rd spot. Huddleston in 4th. Again, teammates, the 15 and the 50. Coming out of turn 4, green flag back in the air. Woodside with another good restart.
Tried to get Janitis up the hill. Janitis hanging in there, trying to keep that left front fender next to his quarter panel. He's able to do it.
3 and 4 wide back there for the 10th position. Sean Woodside. Nick Janitis coming out of turn 4. Woodside still with the advantage, but a half car length is all it is.
Hasn't been able to clear Janitis yet.
Woodside with a good 1 and 2. Now able to get by Janitis to hold on to that top spot. Nick Janitis trailing right behind him in his tire tracks.
Teammates side by side. Brendan Davis, the 15 on the inside. Huddleston, the 50 on the outside.
Jim Huddleston again won this event a year ago, but right now on the outside looking in. Sean Woodside out front. Coming up on 20 laps of racing to go.
Matthew Hicks in the 16 car has moved all the way from a 10th place starting position up there right now, battling Huddleston for the 4th spot.
Hicks in the 16.
Mike Johnson, the 17 right now being shown in the 6th spot. That's him with all 4 wheels way down below the white line.
And here comes Nick Janitis in the 30. A great run through 3 and 4, put him just beside Sean Woodside. Now down the backstretch they go. Janitis trying to get by that 45 of Sean Woodside.
I remember last night Janitis talking about watching those guys use up their tires down on the bottom of the racetrack. He has no choice but to do it. He has to drive down there to try to get by Woodside.
Woodside run in the middle of the racetrack. Janitis still keeping that right front fender right on the left rear quarter panel of Sean Woodside. A great battle for the lead as they come out of turn number 4.
Woodside car looks a little bit loose up off the corner, especially up off of 2.
Now Nick Janitis runs a little bit higher, right behind the 45 of Woodside. Still behind him, Brandon Davis in the 15, and Huddleston in the 50, running 4th.
Mike Johnson's been able to get by the 16 car Hicks to take over the 5th spot.
Johnson won this event in 2008. Nick Janitis running in the 2nd spot. Again, last night also running in the super late model, had an engine expire on that race car 24 hours ago. And now a good battle up front. Here's a good battle for 6th and 7th. The 11 of Kyle McGrady and the 62 of Darren Cheek. 7th and 8th. Battle for the 7th position. A lot of damage to the hood of that 62 of Cheek. McGrady on the bottom of the racetrack trying to take the position as they come out of 4.
That's what this racetrack is known for, that good side-by-side racing. A little bit flatter down there in the bottom. A little bit of debris on the racetrack.
Debris as they go into turn number 3.
14 laps to go.
Yep, avoiding it at this point. These two still battling for that 7th spot. And the caution comes out. I'm sure they'll want to clean up the debris going into turn number 3.
Yeah, I don't see anything else on the racetrack, so the NASCAR officials felt like they needed to go out and get that debris, and I totally agree with them.
We had cars running to the lower side of the racetrack to avoid that, and also on the high side. Normally if debris is not in the racing groove, they will let them continue to race, but it looks like this might affect the lines that these drivers were trying to take.
It's going to give us another double foul restart.
Closing in on the final 10 laps from here at Toyota Speedway in Irwindale for the late model. Stay with us. Field back 2 by 2 as the pace car makes its way back into the infield. Sean Woodside has been dominant, but as of late, Nick Janitis in the 30 has been challenging him for the lead. Brandon Davis on the inside of row number 2 in the 15, and on the outside, Tim Huddleston in the 50. Green flag back in the air.
Good start by Janitis. How about Huddleston on the inside? Going to make it 3 wide for the lead.
Brandon Davis all the way down.
Brandon Davis, excuse me.
To the apron. And Sean Woodside with another great restart. He goes back to the bottom of the racetrack. That's where he was running early on in this race. Nick Janitis staying up high. 8 laps of racing remain.
We're seeing a lot more cars make the bottom of the racetrack work than we normally see here at this racetrack.
Not using the banking as much. Trying to go the shorter distance around this half mile.
I know those K&N guys that are getting ready to start their 225 laps are watching this with very much interest.
And wondering what is going on. Why the groove is going down to the bottom of the racetrack. Again, Brandon Davis trying to take second away from Nick Janitis. Goes all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. Sean Woodside now has a 2-car length lead over Nick Janitis. Some side-by-side racing back behind them. Mike Johnson and Matthew Hicks. Johnson in the 17, Hicks in the 16.
Here's the 41 car, Travis Irving. Remember, he didn't even qualify. He raced his way in today during one of the 2 qualifying races.
Making the 25 car field. He's on the outside of the 11 of Kyle McCready. Travis Irving. Comes in front of him. The 50 and 17. And again, the 50 was running in the 4th position. That's Tim Huddleston, winner from a year ago of this event.
And Mike Johnson, the winner of 2 years ago, was the car that was involved with Tim.
Difficult ending to this one with just 5 laps of racing remaining.
It's Mike Johnson's car. He's going to make the hard left turn into the infield.
Tim Huddleston says, yeah, I'm all right.
See, Mike Johnson's going to slide up the racetrack. He makes contact with Tim Huddleston, then can't get away from him.
Huddleston takes him into the wall with him.
Tough break. Tim Huddleston was running his groove on the outside. Mike Johnson, with just a few laps to go, trying to make something happen, came off the corner and lost the front end of that car and ran into Tim, and this is the result.
2 collected, went to the inside wall just in front of the grandstand. Mike Johnson's out of the race car. Tim Huddleston out of his race car as well. And they stop the field on the backstretch once again. He's saying, how about that ride? I know I didn't win, but how about that ride?
He's got a good attitude about it anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah. Mike Johnson, not so much. So Huddleston will have to climb into the ambulance, get checked out. After this wild ride, crossing the stripe sideways with the 17 of Mike Johnson right on his door. Final laps of the late model race from Toyota Speedway here at Irwindale.
We'll end up with a green-white checker. We've already completed 47 laps. We've not been given the 1-to-go signal yet.
Car's just rolling. They'll get 2 by 2. The reason for our most recent caution, that's Mike Johnson in the 17 coming up the racetrack, making contact with Tim Huddleston in the 50. They go to the inside barrier. And so both drivers out of the race cars, and Jim is with Mike Johnson.
A lot different ending than his victory in 2008. Mike, you're racing hard for 5th. You told me before the race you were going to save your tires for the end. You were charging hard, weren't you? What happened?
I was saving my tires, and I had a broken shifter from lap 1, so I was in 4th gear for every restart. After a lap, I could get going, get some momentum, and Tim's really hard to pass. We've been racing together for 10 years. He kept turning down and holding me off, and I told my spotter there's like 10 to go. I said, if he cuts me off again, I'm just going to stay on the gas. I'm not going to lift. And he cut me off in the middle of the straightaway, and now we're done. But at this race, 1st, maybe 2nd or 3rd is all that counts. Anything else don't matter. So here I am. I'm still happy. I got Jesus with me. I got Team Kuhn, Dean Kuhn Racing, and Tony Stone, and all my guys helped me make this thing go really fast. Tonight, we didn't have a good night, but we're going to have a lot of more good nights.
Thanks, Mike.
That's a good attitude to have. As the field making their way through 3 and 4. Green flag back in the air. Green, white checker. 2 laps of racing to go for the late models.
Sean Woodside, another great restart. Side by side for 2nd. Looks like Janitis may have it for now.
Nick Janitis in the 30. Sitting in the 2nd position. Brandon Davis in the 15. Back there in 3rd. 1 more to go. Sean Woodside trying to grab the trophy here in the late models.
How about Travis Irving on the outside running 4th?
Again, qualified for this race earlier today in the qualifying race. Wasn't in the event. And now, potentially a top 5 finish. But the winner is going to be Sean Woodside. He takes the checkered flag.
Great effort by Sean Woodside. Nick Janitis put the disappointment of last night behind him and got a good top 2 finish.
Brandon Davis in the 15 comes home in 3rd. As you mentioned, at 41 of Travis Irving. What a great race he ran. He is 4th. And fifth, the 16 of Matthew Hicks. Nick Janitis coming up beside the 45 saying, nice job.
Certainly was.
Good clean racing between those two drivers up front.
Sean Woodside finished second last year and improved by 1 spot. Got to victory lane.
Pretty clean race cars after that one. 50-lap race, and Sean Woodside is your winner. Pulls the steering wheel off, getting ready to climb out of that race car to start his celebration. Travis Pastrana was able to watch that one. Again, he'll start 20th in our next race. That is the main event, going 225 laps, 3 segments broken down into a 100 lap, 100 lap, and 25 segment race. It'll be the first ever NASCAR start for Travis Pastrana. Let's go down to Dick Berggren.
And Sean Woodside hopping out of the car, big smile and a wave to the crowd. Hey man, they tried you on the high side, they tried you on the low side, multiple restarts. How'd you keep them all back there?
Well, at one point, Hornaday called me. So,
Ron Hornaday, the master of the restart.
Hornaday told me move the car up. I moved it up. Harvick said go back to the bottom. I don't know what was going on, but I got to thank Apache Rental, Ron and Wendy at Ron's rear end, Bill Lowe for the engine, Hollywood Expendables, Tim Sweet, and Mike and Nathan and Frank Moronsky.
Tell me about your drive. Tell me about your drive.
Man, everything I had in the book for restarts, I tried everything, and it worked pretty good. But the bottom line is we had a really good car that ran on the bottom and the top, and all the hard work up at the shop paid off.
And you're puffing a little bit. Congratulations to you. Jim?
He gave it everything he could to make this victory work, but Nick Janitis came up just a bit short. Where'd you fall short tonight?
You know, I think he had that inside groove. Our car was really good on the restarts for that thing. Sean had a great car. I've been racing with that guy for close to 20 years now, and it was fun doing battle with him for the win there. And, you know, after last night, I can't complain, but, you know, hey, second always sucks. But, you know, hey, got to thank all these fans for coming out. Got to thank Luis Martinez for giving me the opportunity. King Taco, this whole crew, they busted their butts this week. They had a rough week, and Jackson Race Cars built a great race car. Got to thank Lloyd McGee for volunteering me to drive the car when he sold it. So hopefully we'll find something to drive next year and come back and get some more wins next year.
So right now, nothing in store for you?
No, unfortunately, nothing lined up next year. We got to find some funding, and we got that super late model available, but just got to get some money for it. And you know, right now the economy's tough, but you know, we hope to be back. I'd like to come win some more races out here, or you know, even move up to the West deal. If we could find something like that, it would be a lot of fun.
You gave it a great ride. Thanks, Nick.
And talking about the ladder system, I mean, Nick Janitis wants to use that ladder system, move up, maybe get a West Series ride in the K&N Pro Series.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Anybody that puts a helmet on and gets in a race car wants to move up. That's Tim Huddleston, Mike Johnson. Remember, these two guys were involved in that incident with about 5 or 6 laps to go.
That's got to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, Tim's wanting to know, said, Mike, why, you know, what happened? Why did you run into me coming off the corner? We heard Mike talk about Tim cutting him off in the corners, and unfortunately just a disagreement, and sometimes that stuff happens.
There are a few disagreements in racing. This is what happened. Coming out of turn 4, Mike Johnson in the 17 moved up the racetrack. Tim Huddleston in the 50, nowhere to go. Had to ride it all the way to the inside wall.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Mike was going to go there. He wasn't far enough up to even force the issue to get Tim out of the throttle. He just, unfortunately, just ran up there and ran inside him. He said he was going to hold the gas down, and he certainly did, and ended both their evenings.
Yeah, that's the way the night ended for the 50 and the 17. Unofficial results, Sean Woodside claims the title in 2011. For the NASCAR Whelen All-American Late Model. Nick Janitis with a second place finish. Brandon Davis, Travis Irving, and Matthew Hicks are your top 5.
Caleb Kuzak is finishing in the 7th position, and he will be doing double duty. He'll be jumping in his K&N car here in just a moment. Jonathan Gomez finishes back in the 14th spot. He will also be in the Toyota All-Star Showdown here coming up momentarily.
And that rounds out the 25-car field. Again, 50 laps, and Sean Woodside is victorious in our first race of the night. But, boy, if that's the precursor to what's taking place, there's going to be a lot of action coming up next. And who's in that race? action sports star Travis Pastrana. The guy is crazy on 2 wheels and 4 wheels, but this is his NASCAR debut, and it is next. And welcome back to Southern California, the Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. The late model race just winding down. It was Sean Woodside who was able to take victory after 50 laps of hard-fought racing. Hand out the window even as he crossed the stripe. Checkered flag. Nick Janitis finishing that one up in second. And Sean Woodside's turn to celebrate. Big smile on his face.
Absolutely.
That was the precursor to what is about to take place, and that is the big show. 225 laps for the NASCAR All-Star Showdown, and it is an All-Star Showdown. One of the biggest stars tonight will be one that hasn't run in the NASCAR series yet, and that's Travis Pastrana, making a big name for himself in action sports, running rally cars, motorcycles, X Games. And we have followed him through his progression to move into the NASCAR world, even to his first test at New Smyrna. That took place a couple weeks back.
We're not under any pressure to go out and turn any fast speeds or anything like that. We're just going to concentrate on getting him comfortable and going through it step by step. Then we'll worry about trying to pick up speed and stuff like that.
Be your own judge. You know what the hell you're doing. You know how to drive race cars. And none of that backflip stuff, so we're good.
No barrel rolls, no 360s, no backflips. Gotcha.
You know, he's not overcorrecting it.
Yeah, it just looks like he got into yaw.
I don't even know what yaw.
Yaw is just sideways.
I thought that was like, oh, yaw.
Well, it's actually gone a lot better than I've expected for my first day, but definitely figuring out what changes make the car feel differently. Unfortunately, they don't affect the time, so have to figure out how to go faster still. Oh, good time. Not like times as in lap times, but times in fun.
A lot of experience also behind Travis Pastrana in this endeavor. Michael Waltrip, a part of the Pastrana-Waltrip Racing, and we saw Mike Gricci there helping out, crew chief for this team.
You know, Mike Gricci was the crew chief for Ryan Truex, who won the last 2 K&N Pro Series East Division Championship. Was also Ryan's older brother Martin Truex Jr.'s crew chief. So long history, great experience there. Well, do want to mention that Gary Bechtel, one of the owners of this team, was going to be here this evening. Unfortunately, there was an illness in the family, and he's not able to be here as we see Travis drive his car to stage it on the racetrack. So we want to wish Gary and his family well, and we miss him. But I'll tell you, Travis has been just such a delight to be around. We spent some time with him over the weekend, and talking to Mike Gricci even before we got here, I said, "How's he looking?" He said, "I'm telling you, he really catches on quick." That test at New Smyrna, that was the first time he'd ever been in any kind of vehicle like this. Mike said he took his time. He started out slow. By the end of the test, he was running really consistent lap times and good lap times. Same thing when they came out here a week or so ago to do a test here. First day, he worked on just getting his rhythm. Second day, he came in and ran some good laps, and he did yesterday as well.
Yeah, yesterday was the first time that Travis Pastrana was ever on a racetrack with other race cars in the first and second practices. And he's got actually a very good coach that's helping him out in Matt Crafton, who has had success in the Camping World Truck Series. And he's coaching right now Travis Pastrana. We've heard a little bit from the two of them.
Matt's been absolutely awesome, man. It's really good, especially getting him in the car during the test sessions, and we can map, you know, how hard he's braking, where he's braking, and you know, I found out that I'm just usually just over braking the car, slowing it down, like come in, maybe brake later, but I'm driving in like a motorcycle, like a rally car, where you want to just get it in, get it turned. I get it in, get it turned, and then I'm like, I got a lot of turn to go. So he just keeps saying roll speed, and been dreaming that actually here recently. That's all he's been telling me. So we'll see what happens.
See what happens. Well, it was fun to talk with him as well, because he has so many followers and fans that are anticipating this start, and they've got high expectations because he has set the bar so high with everything else he's been involved with. And he said, I hope they realize that this is not easy. This is absolutely one of the more difficult things I've ever tried to take on. And so the fans have got to realize that I probably am not going to come out and be able to win the first race I've ever, started in.
And those of us that have done this, we want people to think it's very difficult and challenging because, pretty much we do. Yeah. We do think it's that way. And there's no doubt in my mind that Travis Pastrana will be successful in this endeavor. Again, it may not be tonight, but I think but his attitude is so good. All he wants to do right now is run all the laps and get some experience. And I think with that attitude, he can't help but be a success.
We're taking a look at where the spotters stand here at Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. They will be talking to the drivers, and this will be really one of the first times that Travis Pastrana will have a spotter telling him inside, outside, because he's never been involved in a NASCAR race.
Yeah. And it was really weird, too, in practice for him because the cars enter the racetrack over in turn 3. The cars that enter the racetrack coming out of the garage are basically in the groove when they get to turn number 3, so you have to avoid them. There's his crew chief, Mike Greach, we talked about with all that experience talking to him. Jim, what's going on down there with that team?
Well, as Travis pulled on the racetrack, I happened to tune into his channel. They were going through the radio check. Hey, Matt, you hear us? Matt Crafton, the spotter. No response. They're having radio issues. So I imagine as much as Travis Pastrana has done a lot of things by the seat of the pants, I imagine 225 laps here is not his idea of doing it alone. Mike Ricci and Matt Crafton continue to discuss things. Matt's hopefully getting to talk to his driver as he's the driver coach for 2011 for Pastrana. Ricci continues to stand at the door trying to get this communication clear for his driver and team.
Grand Marshal standing there in front of the 99. That's Michael Waltrip.
What a great program that MWR and Travis Pastrana, as well as the Bechtel organization, have put together. There's Michael telling his crew chief, Mike Greachy, good luck. And Michael's our Grand Marshal for this event here.
He said he was going to hum the command. I said, are you going to sing the command? You going to scream it? And he goes, I think I'll hum it. We'll find out when we come back. They're all in line. The big event about to take place at Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. Stay with us. In 2004, David Gilliland started on the pole and led 91 laps before the break at lap 100. The cars were inverted before the second segment, pushing Mike Johnson to the front and forcing Gilliland to restart 8th. After dominating the first segment, Gilliland got up in a wreck early in the second segment. Austin Cameron, 2003 winner, was also involved. And Mike Johnson was able to hold on to the lead for the final 50 laps and get that win. That was 2004. It's 2011. Who will experience euphoria at the end of this race? 225 laps set for this 40-car field. Drivers are all strapped in, waiting for the command to fire engines. A great crowd on hand to witness this event.
Great field of cars, too. There's some nice quality equipment down there on that racetrack.
This being the 8th running of the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. I'm sure that will be on Twitter, by the way, at some point in time. There's your Grand Marshal for tonight's events, Michael Waltrip. Michael Waltrip celebrating his 10th anniversary of winning the Daytona 500.
For the first time, first of two times. Will attempt to make his 25th consecutive Daytona 500 here in a couple weeks.
You know, just moments ago, we've been listening in on some of the drivers' radio, and we heard Travis Pastrana talking with Mike Greachy and Matt Crafton. Listen to what was said.
You got 5 more minutes sitting there, Travis, all nerved up and stuff. You all right?
I'll be just fine. Thank you very much, Greachy. Well, Matt must have been in his seats last. Balls are a little tight in there. I don't know. I think someone must have tightened up that front strap a little.
Are you recording his radio?
We were, as a matter of fact. Listening in to Travis Pastrana and some of the team communications. He seems lighthearted right now as he's getting ready to start his NASCAR career. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
With Michael Waltrip, the Grand Marshal today. Are you having a good time?
I am. I love this. This is one of the favorite tracks of mine across the whole country. Saturday night racing. What a great crowd. Look, Dick, I mean, the stands are packed. There's so much enthusiasm. You can just feel it. I love it.
Tell us about Pastrana. You are partners with him on this hot rod.
He is so fun. I just love him. I mean, he's so passionate about racing a car. Plus, he's so green. He doesn't know. He's just happy, and he wants to go fast. And they said yesterday in race practice, exactly that's what he was. That boost car was fast, and he's having fun.
Who's going to win tonight?
I like Greg Persley because he's old like me. But I promised my brother I'd say hi to him. He's back in Franklin, Tennessee. Jessica got married. Congratulations. And boogity, 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 Daryl.
Thank you. Enjoy yourself tonight.
I am. Thank you.
I hope he gets the words right for the command.
He'll get it right.
There was a little hesitancy on the boogity, boogity, boogity there. Again, 40 cars will start this event. It's 3 segments. The first segment, 100 laps. They will take a 10-minute intermission, a break where they can change tires, they can add fuel, they can make adjustments to the car. They can't open the hood or the deck lid.
Everything they can do on a normal pit stop is what they can do during that break.
They'll go another 100 lap segment, and then it'll all end up with a 25 lap shootout. But to get things started, we need to fire the engines.
Race fans, please welcome your 2-time Daytona 500 champion and TV broadcast star, Mr. Michael Waltrip, as he has the most famous words in all of motorsports.
Let's get the Toyota All-Star Challenge underway. What do you say? Gentlemen, start your engines!
Forty cars all coming to life. The anticipation high for not only Travis Pastrana, but also how about Derek Thorne? Will start on the pole and have that yellow rookie stripe on the back of his race car.
Derek Thorne finished 4th here last year in the super late model race. It got him this opportunity.
625 horsepower coming to life out of all of these race cars.
5 different countries represented in this field here tonight.
Great story from Lucas Lassier in the 81. He had to fight his way in the last chance qualifying race last night and just got in. We take a look at our starting grid. Derek Thorne, Greg Persley making up row number 1. Sean Case last night told us that he was going to take the trophy home no matter what.
Great run for Brendan Newberry in the 4th position. Max Gresham, 2-time winner last year in the East Series, qualifies in the 6th spot.
Andrew Ranger will start in the 8th position. He won in both the East and the West Series last year.
There's David Mayhew. He won the combination race, or the West portion of the combination race, in Iowa last year.
3-time West Series champion Eric Holmes wants this title more than anything else. He will start 11th.
Back in 13th, Darrell Wallace Jr., the youngest ever winner in the East Series. He won last year at 16 years old.
Locked into the field early was DJ Kennington after he won the Canadian Tire Championship in 2010.
How about Steve Wallace starting back in the 16th spot? In a couple weeks, he will start his first ever Daytona 500.
Great event for the Wallace family. Travis Pastrana will start in the 20th position in that number 99, making his NASCAR debut.
There's Paul Araka. 3 semesters to go to graduate at Duke University. He starts back in the 24th spot. He won last year at Roseville, California.
Herman Quiroga in the number 2 will start behind him. There's 31 through 40.
There's from Brazil, Miguel Paludo will run a full season this year in the Camping World Truck Series.
And from France, Lucas Lassier in the 81 will start 39. Field starting to make their way around this half-mile racetrack. It is 225 laps, just over 112 miles. Want to take a look at our showdown spotlight tonight, shine a light on a few different drivers. We'll begin with Dick Berggren.
And I'm going to pick Eric Holmes to win this race because he is a finisher. Not only fast, he's always around at the end. Last year, 25% of the field crashed out. Holmes will be there at the checkered flag. Jim?
Dick, Jason Bowles starts 9th. He won 3 consecutive West races in 2008 and 2009 and was the 09 champion in the West Series. This year, hunting for a ride, he raced in 5 different NASCAR divisions. This is somewhat of a home track for Jason Bowles. Tucking that Showdown trophy under his arm as he searches for a ride in Daytona would help his cause greatly. Bill.
Jim, let's take a look at the 03 of Max Gresham. We mentioned earlier he won twice last year in the East Series. 17 years old. It's announced that he will attend Belmont Abbey University in the fall before he turns 18. He also won an ARCA Racing Series race in 2010. Look for Max Gresham to move up from his 6th starting position, Rick.
And last year, it was Sergio Pena who came into this race relatively unknown and made a name for himself. This year, I might think of Brennan Newberry as taking on that role. He will start 4th in this race. Brennan Newberry from Bakersfield, California, where Mesa Marin Racetrack used to be. Brennan had a lot of success early on in the short tracks, and last year was 21st in this event. But I would expect a lot better performance out of him tonight. We'll ride along with 4 different drivers this evening, one of those being Travis Pastrana. He promised to keep it on all 4 tires tonight. He will carry one of our cameras.
We're also going to ride along in the South Point Hotel and Casino Toyota of Steve Wallace, starting back in the 16th position.
Darrell Wallace Jr. in the number 6 will also carry one of our onboard cameras. It should be interesting to ride along with him.
We're also going to ride on with a Napa onboard camera of our 3-time champion Eric Holmes. Eric will start from the 11th spot.
You saw the pace car make the hard left turn off of the racetrack, putting the field into the hands of Derek Thorne in the 44. He's on the outside. Greg Pursley on the inside. Green flag in the air. We're underway.
They're already 3 wide. Jason Fensler, the 50 car, jumps down to the bottom.
Saw in the late model race guys taking advantage of the low line around this racetrack, and early on here in the K&N Pro Series, we're seeing guys also try that apron.
Let's call it 4 wide.
4 wide coming out of turn number 4. That was the 20 of Eric Holmes that's taking the below the white line route.
Jason Bowles, the 75 car, the black and white car on the bottom of the racetrack, and Eric Holmes went below him.
Mayhew in the 19 up on the high side. That's Michael Self in the 21 right in the middle. Jason Bowles in the 75. Trying to work his way around Andrew Ranger in the 35. Here comes Holmes. Looking at the inside of Herman Quiroga.
Well, they're all stacked up on the outside in the middle of the racetrack, and Eric Holmes said plenty of room down here on the bottom.
Eric Holmes trying that low line around this racetrack. Again, just 6 degrees of banking at the bottom of this track. And on fire in turns 1 and 2, Augie Vinovich in the 11. That car was a ball of fire in turn number 1. Augie Vinovich gets it stopped just to the entrance to the infield.
Augie was the most recent winner here in the West Series at this racetrack back in July. Doesn't look like that fire got into the cockpit of the car. Augie taking his time to get out of the car.
Take a quick look.
Well, that car was certainly blazing. But no fire in the cockpit. That's what's important. All underneath the car, but nothing in the cockpit.
And on the back of the race car. The fluid's kicking up. Back behind the 11 of Augie Vinovich. So a difficult start for Augie Vinovich. He's out of the race car, which is a good sign, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed that his night is already done. Derek Thorne holding on to the top spot. We'll be right back for more Green Flag Racing. Cleanup continuing after the 11 of Augie Vinovich caught on fire entering turn number 1. There's the 11 pulled into the infield. All of the vehicles will actually make their way into the infield here. They won't take them out of the racing facility.
Pretty much a spectacular exit to the race for Augie. The officials have to take their time cleaning that up too, because we saw Eric Holmes among others with all 4 wheels down below that white line. So the track officials need to make sure that is clean when we go back to racing.
It has become one of the grooves tonight. which is surprising after seeing qualifying and the qualifying races that we've seen earlier yesterday as well as earlier today. Let's go into the infield. We start with Dick Berggren.
And speaking of Eric Holmes, he told me before the start of the race that his strategy tonight was going to be to cool it for the first 100 laps, probably the second 100 laps as well, and then go for it at the end. But at the drop of the green flag, Holmes went 4 deep on the bottom. Says the car just doesn't have the motor he needs to have it come off the corner as fast as he would like.
Dick, on the bottom is where that oil dry is being put down. Spotter Matt Crafton to his driver Travis Pastrana, who currently runs in the 18th spot, cautioned him to stay high, but also cautioned his driver under this yellow flag to make certain he knows if someone's underneath him, they may lose grip. So be very, very cautious. Pastrana did say he was just cruising to this point in the race and was having thoughts about maybe trying a few moves, but to this point just riding along in his NASCAR debut as we are under caution. And Pastrana has continued to have radio problems. I want to give you that update as well. It sounds like it's being stepped on by one of the fan assistance radios, so they're having some difficulty still in communicating with their driver.
They will have a second frequency in that car that he probably may elect to go to be able to have a clear channel.
Cleanup continuing after Augie Vidovich's fire to number 11. They're closing in on getting that done, and we'll be back for the green flag. Our biggest season of live Supercross action rolls on as Stewart, Dungey, and Villapoto continue their battle for two-wheel supremacy. Don't miss Monster Energy Supercross live from San Diego Saturday, February 19th at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 Pacific, only on Speed. Pace car's made its way off the racetrack. We're 2x2. Out in front, Derek Thorne on the high side, Greg Pursley on the low side, making up row 1. Green flag back out.
What a great restart by Derek Thorne. Clears Greg Pursley. Now Sean Case jumps to the bottom.
Case looks at the bottom of the racetrack. Oh, sideways goes the 27 of Ruben Ravello.
Amazingly enough, I think he may be the only car involved, and we stay green.
Field making their way through 3 and 4. Ravello gets it straightened back out. And they stay 2 and 3 wide at the front of this pack.
What a mess.
There's Steve Wallace in the South Point Casino, 66 to the inside. He's taking the low line. Eric Holmes riding right in the middle of the racetrack.
See Jonathan Gomez, the 22 car on the outside. Jonathan had a great first year last year, 6th in points in the West Division.
Moses Smith back there in the 16. Herman Quiroga in the 2, just behind Travis Pastrana. Here comes Matt Kobaluk in the 40.
It's Paulie Hiraka, the 12 car right in front of Travis. Remember that 40 car that's behind Travis? That's a 2-time winner this race, Matt Kobaluk.
06, Luis Martinez Jr. also in this group of cars. Derek Thorne and Greg Pursley have pulled away from third place. Brendan Newberry.
There's Jason Fensler, the 50 car, now running 4th. That's the same car that Augie Vidovich was able to drive to victory back in July when we were talking about Augie.
David Mayhew in the 19, also making his way up there in the top 5. Take another look at the 27 car, having problems in turn 1.
He jumped down to the inside of Paulie Hiraka in the 12 car. Wasn't enough room, lost the back end. The 23 of Spencer Gallagher did a great job avoiding Ruben in the 27 car.
Ruben Ravello got it going again, and we stayed green. David Mayhew in the 19 down on the lower portion.
Fensler has been able to get by Brendan Newberry to take over that 3rd spot. There's Darrell Wallace Jr. in the Toyota onboard for Revolution Racing right now, right behind Newberry.
I talked about Newberry. Oh, we've got problems with the 23 stopped on the racetrack. Spencer Gallagher. He's down on the yellow line, and that will bring out the yellow flag. So the second caution of the night coming out. The first one, Augie Vidovich, his car burst into flames, and now this time it's Gallagher stopping on the yellow line, bringing out our second caution.
Then he was able to get that car refired.
Sounds like we're hearing NASCAR is going to assess a 2-lap penalty to Gallagher for actually bringing the caution out, stopping under green flag conditions to bring the caution out.
Yeah, they're going to rule that he did that intentionally, stopped, and then once they threw the caution, then he refired the car and moved away. So NASCAR's going to frown on that. Here he gets sideways, does a little half spin.
Tries to straighten it back out, goes into the grass.
Obviously his car running right now.
But then he stops.
Yeah, he looks like he decided to stop there to try to bring the caution flag up because they had lost so much track position. And unfortunately, NASCAR said, we're not going to allow you to do that, and they're going to bring him in here and hold him for a couple laps. There's a NASCAR official right there standing in front of the car.
So the field will go by him twice. So he will receive the 2-lap penalty. Jim Trado.
Well, guys, Spencer Gallagher's making his debut in this race car. He's had track time just on Friday. They didn't shake the car down before this. He is working with TJ Clark, whose son Spencer Clark passed away after an accident on the road coming back from a race, and unfortunately lost his life in that accident. This is an effort. They'll race a full 2011 season with Spencer Gallagher behind the wheel, and they're also going to run some East races. So tough lesson learned here, Dick.
Sean Case has always been a factor in these showdown events. Every single one of them he has run, he is challenged for the win. Tonight the car is not to his liking. He started in the 3rd position in car number 9. He has dropped back to the 7th spot. They are talking about major adjustments to the car when we take the break at approximately the 100-lap point.
That's what's beautiful about this format is the fact that they can make some major adjustments. If they just had a normal pit stop, they wouldn't be able to make just a maybe a cursory wedge adjustment or a track bar, maybe some air pressure. But now they can do some wholesale changes, and the car that may not be good in this first 100-lap segment may be the car to beat in the last 25-lap segment.
And Phil, that really plays to more of a veteran driver because he's able to give more time to his crew chief to explain exactly what's going on out there. Does that hurt a young driver like Travis Pastrana, who might not know how to tell his crew chief what to do?
Well, from what Mike Ricci, his crew chief, has told me, he's really, really good with his feedback, and this is going to be a learning experience. He's held his own now. He started back in the 20th spot. Right now he's being shown in 19th, so he's doing a great job. He's holding serve right now.
In out front, Derek Thorne has held serve as he's been able to lead the most laps, lead every lap since the drop of the green flag. Greg Pursley running second. Finsler, Newberry, and Mayhew are your top 5 as the field making their way through 3 and 4. Derek Thorne's had some great restarts, and once again he does it as the green flag flies.
He is on the button with that restart here, but
trouble. Brennan Newberry sideways, and Sean Case hard into the outside wall.
I think Eric Holmes got a big piece of that. Jonathan Gomez drives away. There's Eric Holmes' car on the inside of the racetrack. There's the 42 car of Taylor Kuzak. Brennan Newberry, look at all the damage to his 39 car. There's Max Gresham with a tremendous amount of damage in the 03 car.
He was the car that was pinched into the wall. The 3rd caution coming out, a lot of damage to some great race cars. Eric Holmes, you see a lot of damage to that vehicle.
What a heartbreaker.
3-time West champion, Eric Holmes.
So much promise for this race. Talked to him this afternoon and very, very optimistic about this race tonight.
Brennan Newberry, a lot of damage to the rear of that race car. You see Eric Holmes making his way into the infield. It's got to be great disappointment for Eric Holmes. He's won championships. He's won numerous races. He said he really wanted to win this All-Star Showdown.
Yeah, Max Gresham came out here in Dave Davis's car, and unfortunately going to be a short night for him.
2 wins in the K&N Pro Series for Max Gresham. Just 17 years old, but we're red flagged now. Take another look at what just happened. This is right after the restart.
Looks like Darrell Wallace Jr., the 6 car, gets in back of the 39 of Brennan Newberry. Sean Case with nowhere to go. Eric Holmes is being pushed into the accident just after a restart with so many cars running so close. There's Matt Kobluck, the 40 car. Here's another view of it. Watch Second car back on the outside. Darrell Wallace Jr., the 6, is going to get back in the throttle, get into him. There's Max Gresham. He's going to be forced up into the outside wall by Sean Case. Andrew Myers in the 77 might have got a little piece of that.
Moses Smith in the 16.
Here's
right along with Darrell Wallace.
Yeah, this is the car that he's going to initiate the contact with a 39 of Brendan Newberry.
Listen to when he gets back in the throttle. It seemed like he was out of the throttle. Still.
Yeah, just bumped him just a little bit. This is Eric Holmes. This is not going to be a good sight right here. There's a contact right up in front of him.
Nowhere to go.
Eric was being pushed from behind, and he was trying to get stopped. You could see his rear end wheel hopping as he was trying to get stopped. Like the 16 of Moses Smith. There's Travis Pastrana was able to get by.
Great job by Travis Pastrana avoiding the carnage.
Well, right into the world right there, he got turned around.
So quite a few cars running up front, damaged potentially beyond repair. There's another look coming at you in turn 1.
And it was not intentional contact at all. Darrell Wallace Jr. was just following Brendan Newberry. Watch for the 99 car. There's Travis Pastrana right on the left sides on the white line. He was able to get by before Eric Holmes came down below that white line.
Lucas Lassier in the 81 is able to slow down enough to clear the wreckage.
Look at the yellow stripe on the bumper. That's Travis Pastrana. See all the carnage up above him. He stays down below, and he gets through before Eric Holmes comes down below the white line.
Michael Self also in the 21 able to get by. Dick Berggren.
With Eric Holmes, a very disappointed Eric Holmes. Whose fault was that crash?
Yeah, you know, we just were stuck on the bottom at the beginning of the race, and I couldn't get up and lost a few positions, got ourselves mired back in that. And I seen it spin. I started going low. It looked like they were all going high. In the last minute, I don't know, one of the guys must have let off the brakes, rolled down the track, and I had a guy on the inside, just nowhere to go. So, unfortunately, this was a great car here. We just got qualified, you know, and stuck on the bottom there, and I just could not get back up. So the NAP Toyota will come back Phoenix in a few weeks and go for a championship.
The guy who never crashes crashed out tonight.
Thank you.
Tough break for Eric Holmes.
We can ride along with Travis Pastrana and see what it was like from his car's vantage point.
Travis was really fortunate that he was already down on the bottom of the racetrack. There's all the carnage going on above him. He just kept his head, got back on the throttle, and drove away from it. The guys that started on the outside of the line, a lot of those guys weren't quite as lucky, but they had nowhere to go. Here's Eric Holmes. This is the guy that probably got the worst end of this deal, along with Max Gresham and Brendan Newberry. See it happening right now, right in front of him. He's going to try to turn to the bottom, but then he was pushed into it. He may have been able to get by Brendan Newberry, but he had somebody behind him pushing him through this.
Moses Smith was right behind him as he was trying to get through.
And again, we're not blaming Moses Smith too. He's just trying to get stopped as well as everybody else.
Dick Berggren.
Max Gresham, what happened?
Well, it looked like a couple cars in front of me got a little bit too racy too soon, and it really just left me with nowhere to go. One of them got sideways, and I took it right in the nose. So, I mean, it's tough luck for us, and this Dave Davis Motorsports team, it's just, we had a great car, and it's just a shame we didn't make but 30 laps in this race.
Jim Trado.
Well, sometimes you make your own luck, and David Mayhew in that orange number 19 started in the 10th position, was right in the midst of that and just squeaked clear. No question his experience here at Irwindale is paying off. In 3 West Series races, top 10 finishes. The last 3 showdowns in the West Series he's raced here, also top 10 finishes. Mayhew knows how to survive, and that was a great move he made getting through that. That happened just amongst him as he's racing into turn number 2. He now rides side by side with Darrell Wallace, who was part of that. So Mayhew so far has used skill and luck to get into the top 5.
Riding along with the South Point Hotel and Casino encore, Stephen Wallace. This is his look at what just happened.
Again, another one of the cars fortunate to be on the bottom. You see him, he's going to drive down and try to make a move. Just above him, the carnage happens. He's able to get by there unscathed.
a veteran move by Travis Pastrana. You heard him get back in the gas as he saw things happening to his outside, clearing all of that wreckage so that no one would come down and hit him like they did to Eric Holmes.
We know he has no experience here, but he's a great race car driver in anything he ever does. So we know he has a good head on his shoulders, and he used it right then.
Dick Berger, what's happening?
Sean Case, one of the pre-race favorites on pit road right now. Front end damage, right front in particular. Also a little bit of damage on the left front, but it doesn't look like anything terminal. And Case has just left here in a hurry.
Back out onto the racetrack. A lot of damage to the right front of that number 9 and right side for Sean Case. It's got to be very disappointing for him. His confidence was at an all-time high yesterday.
Had a great qualifying effort. Rick qualified in the 3rd spot, and he said he was going to take the trophy home. But unfortunately, he's a victim of circumstances here.
Brought his family out here. 4-month-old daughter.
There's Moses Smith, his Bill McAnally team making repairs. Teammates to Eric Holmes, our 3-time champion and defending champion.
NASCAR official looking at that. I guess you could call it a front bumper.
What's left of a front bumper.
Yeah. Eric Holmes is number 20 as they're cutting sheet metal off of that race car.
If this was a point race, I think you would see these guys trying to get these cars back in the race, but the fact that he's certainly out of contention, there doesn't really make a lot of sense to put that car back on the racetrack. They may just be trying to get that car where they can load it.
Letting him know. Line back up 2 by 2. Lucas Lassier started 39th up to 24th. And he looked so much better as the race progressed last night in our open qualifying race. Getting into this event.
Really ran some fast laps in that race. He was back in the 7th position. Top 6 were able to transfer, and he chased down the guys running 5th and 6th.
Coming out of turn number 4, Derek Thorne back in the gas. We're back underway.
Darrell Wallace Jr. jumps to the outside of Greg Pursley in a battle for second. Mayhew goes all the way to the bottom.
Here comes Pursley battling for the lead, trying to get by Derek Thorne. Down to the bottom of the racetrack he goes. Side by side as they come out of turn number 4.
But look at all the momentum that the cars on the outside have. We're hearing there's going to be a pass-through penalty for Michael Self in the 21 car.
Darrell Wallace Jr.'s moved up into the 2nd spot. Greg Pursley trying to hold on to 3rd, but he's got a great battle with the 50 of Jason Fensler. 3 wide. Pastrana on the bottom of the racetrack.
That's Chad Boat, the 98 car in the middle. Travis Motley, the 7 car on the outside.
Germain Quiroga in the 2, just in front of Motley.
Heavy traffic here back mid-pack.
Michael Self comes back out onto the racetrack. Joining that pack.
Michael Self back on the racetrack now after that infraction on the restart. Keep your eye right side of your screen. He's going to jump down to the inside and pass 3 or 4 cars.
Tried to pass the field.
3 or 4 rows, which you're not allowed to do at all. You're not allowed to pass 1 car. You're not allowed to pull on a line.
Right.
So unfortunately, he's going to pay the price.
Riding along with Travis Pastrana as he takes the high line now. Trying to get by Motley in the 7.
Move back down to the bottom of the racetrack. There's Andrew Ranger, the 35 Waste Management car.
Running in traffic. Jason Bowles on the inside. On the outside, that 86 of Daniel Suarez.
Nice run early for Daniel Suarez.
Suarez being scored in the 6th position.
There's a battle for 4th. David Mayhew, the 19 car on the inside. Greg Pursley, the 26 car, the blue car.
Remember, Pursley was 2nd just moments ago and has dropped back to 4th.
Jason Fensler all over the back of Darrell Wallace Jr. in the 6 car in the battle for 2nd.
Fensler out of Wilton, California, trying to get by Darrell Wallace Jr.
Jason only has a handful of starts in the series, but he's already a winner. He won back in 2008 at Altamont Speedway.
And Jason Fensler's car is the one that Augie Vidovich won at this racetrack in July. Pastrana running in the 18th spot now as he tries to move to the inside of Andrew Ranger in that Waste Management 35.
Rick, do you realize that Andrew Ranger is the guy that won in both series last year? The only one to do it. He won in the East Series, he won in the West Series, as well as he won 3 out of 5 starts in the Canadian NASCAR Series last year.
Yeah, he's a former champion of the Canadian Tire Series.
Two-time champion.
Two-time champion, and right now he's got Travis Pastrana going by him.
Now Matt Crafton's going to tell Travis, clear. You're able to clear that 35 car.
Takes the spot. And now we'll set his sights on the next car in front of him.
Got a Quagmire behind him.
Bottom of the racetrack. At 27 of Ruben Ravello.
Remember, Ruben had trouble early. Had a spin. Seen some brake rotor heat already on a lot of these cars. There's Johnny Bornham in the 8 car. Saw his brake rotor for a minute. Now Fensler pulls to the inside of Darrell Wallace Jr. in the battle for second.
Darrell Wallace Jr. staying on the high line. Fensler going way down to the white line, the bottom of the racetrack. They come out side by side of turn 4, but that momentum propelling Darrell Wallace Jr. in front of Fensler. Remember, this race is broken into 3 segments. We're coming up on the halfway point of the first segment. First segment is 100 laps. The second segment is another 100 lap segment, and then a shootout at the end, just 25 laps. Derek Thorne has been dominant in this first segment.
A lot of these drivers can't wait till that intermission to make some changes to these cars.
They have 3 sets of tires. The set that was on the car when they started the race, and then they have 2 sets in their pit area. So I'm sure they'll be changing tires, topping them off with fuel when they're able to make that stop, but then make those important adjustments. Right now, Derek Thorne's probably saying this car is perfect.
Yeah, he wishes it would be 100 laps straight, no intermission, no halftime break, no anything. Trouble, little big wreck on the racetrack.
And Lucas Lassier in the 81 involved in this. Darrell Wallace Jr. as well as Fensler, they were running for second. This is the 4th caution that's come out at Toyota Speedway.
This must have happened right in front of our leaders. Darrell Wallace, you see a little bit of damage to the left rear of that Toyota.
Darrell Wallace Jr. down to the bottom of the racetrack.
Looks like the tires are up.
That's, you saw the 81.
A lot of damage to Fensler's car.
Lucas Lassier in the 81 has a rear bumper that's completely gone. Problems for the 53.
Cole Cabrera.
Cole Cabrera with the front end smashed on his race car. There's the bumper. Yeah, for Lucas Lassier. Pastrana looks like he was able to get through any problems clean. Take another look. What just happened?
Little contact. Moses Smith gets into the side of Lucas Lassier. Ooh.
And like you said, it happened right in front.
That was Brendan Newberry. That made hard contact with the outside wall. There's Derek Thorne, the red car, trying to make his way through there. The 6 of Darrell Wallace Jr. and Jason Fensler look like they got together. Here's another look. Watch for our leader. There's Matt Kobaluk going through there. Here comes Derek Thorne. Looks like Darrell Wallace Jr. and the 50 of Fensler made contact trying to avoid this. Here, they're there driving in turn number 1. Now the action that's going to happen coming right up in front of them.
And he got hit.
Got hit by Fensler. Looked like maybe Darrell Wallace Jr. was going to try to turn to the inside to avoid Lucas Lassier, and when he did, unfortunately, Fensler already had his right front fender up beside him, and there's the contact, the result of the contact right there.
So running second, Darrell Wallace Jr. and third, Fensler. Involved in this accident, Derek Thorne able to get through it. Greg Persley will move up to the second spot. Mayhew, Bowles, and Suarez round out our top 5. Things heated up early here in the Toyota All-Star Showdown. Augie Vidovich catching fire early on. Brennan Newberry having problems in his number 39. Sean Case also getting caught up in it. Short track racing from Toyota Speedway in Irwindale. Lucas Lassier in the 81 sliding across the racetrack. And again, this is just our first 100 lap race events. Great crowd on hand here for the Toyota All-Star Showdown.
Great weekend, really.
Yeah,
Two-day show here, qualifying races, and a super late model race yesterday, and as well as the late model race we had earlier this evening, and this great 225 lap Toyota All-Star Showdown.
Great weather out here in Southern California. And the field will start doubling up 2 by 2. Derek Thorne, Greg Pursley back to 1 and 2. Pursley started on the inside of row number 1. Brendan Newberry's had a very tough night, hasn't he, Dick?
He sure has. Right now, Newberry's in the garage area. They've got the car up on the jack. All four corners of this car are significantly damaged. But they can put a lot more people to work behind pit walls, so that's what they're doing. Only 4 are allowed to work on the car when it's on pit road. But back here behind the wall, they can put as many people on this problem as they want to, and they got a pile of them working on Newberry's car right now.
Field all in line 2 by 2. Pursley on the inside, Thorne on the outside. Coming out of turn number 4. Green flag back in the air. A lot better restart for Pursley that time. David Mayhew in the 19 taking the low route, trying to make it 3 wide as they come out of turn 2.
Thought Pursley might have had the advantage for a second coming off of turn number 2, but Thorne fights back.
Jason Bowles has moved up to the 3rd spot at number 75. The preferred line has been the high side around this racetrack. We see Chad Boat going down to the bottom. Chad Boat goes around.
He made contact with Paul Hiraka. Chad was down on the bottom. We stay green. Chad gets that car righted.
Gets it back out on the racetrack, and he'll be just in front of our race leaders. Derek Thorne coming out of turn number 2 now.
Thorne opens up a bit of a gap over the 26 of Greg Pursley. Jason Bowles with a good run going right now in 3rd. There's Suarez and David Mayhew in a side-by-side battle for 4th.
Problems right the front stretch. Pastrana able to guide his car through it somehow. The 7 of Travis Motley stopped on the racetrack. The 86 of Daniel Suarez also working through the grass.
Remember, Suarez was in that battle with David Mayhew for the 4th position.
See Sparks coming out of the 2 of Germán Quiroga.
Right front tire may be down on Germán's car. It is down.
He'll try to make his way onto pit road, and we see Darrell Wallace Jr. Still more damage to the left rear of that race car. A little scuff on the side of the 99 for Pastrana.
Yeah, that was absolutely right in front of Travis. He did a great job not getting any more of a piece of that than he did.
Pastrana has made his way up to as high as 14th at one point in time on our scoring monitor. Now being shown 17th.
A lot more damage on Darrell Wallace Jr.'s Toyota.
Take another look at what just took place on the front stretch.
Something happened to Darrell Wallace Jr.
Slow right in the middle of turn number 4, coming off of turn 4. Everyone trying to avoid.
It's Travis Motley, the 7 car on the inside of the racetrack.
Right along with Pastrana.
It's Moses Smith on the outside. Here they come off the corner, and they're just stopping in front of him. He made a little bit of contact with the 8 of Johnny Borneman.
There you see the damage to the left side of that 8 of Borneman. Those 2 cars colliding just before they got to Darrell Wallace Jr., who is now on pit road, and they're going to work on that race car.
Trying to restart that car. Looked like it lost power right there coming off of turn number 4.
Chad Boat was on the bottom of the racetrack trying to grab positions.
right before this incident, Chad Boat got into Paulie Haraka. Look right of your screen. There they make contact. Chad comes around, did a little 360, and then kept his car running. There's another look at it. You see Chad's down on the bottom of the racetrack. Paulie Haraka decides to go to the bottom. They make contact. I think Travis Pastrana has had to dodge every single incident we've had so far and has done a great job of it, Dick.
Well, Darrell Wallace told the crew that the car just went poof. The engine blew. That's why he stopped coming off the fourth corner. He's done for the night.
Travis Pastrana is worried about his right front fender. He can't tell if he has a rub or not, nor can the spotter. They just told him to shake that car back and forth. The crew is awaiting him if he does feel he has a vibration to come down. He did say after that hard on the brakes to avoid the incident on the front stretch, the car doesn't feel the same. He feels a little bit of a vibration. They're hoping that the tire doesn't rub in the right front, and they now are making the call to come in for Pastrana to fix the right front fender.
Yeah, he may have flat spotted the tires as well, too, if he really jumped down on the brakes. It looks like that right front tire may have a little more camber than it started with, so there may be some of the suspension bent on the right front of that car.
Pretty hard lick by the aid of Johnny Borneman. Those two cars, you see a lot of the damage to the right side of that race car.
See Daniel Suarez and David Mayhew were battling. They get together, get turned around. Daniel Suarez to the bottom of the racetrack.
He was out of the racing groove.
This is Darrell Wallace Jr. Remember, he said his engine just went poof.
Yeah, it's not running right now.
There's Travis Motley, who was on the outside. There's Travis Pastrana getting by. There's another view.
It didn't look that bad, but there's a lot of damage to the right side of that 99.
There's Travis again. All of a sudden, they're going to stop right in front of him. He jumps on the brakes. Johnny Borneman was going to try to go to the inside to avoid that incident, avoid Darrell Wallace Jr. Here's Travis, Jim.
They're trying to stay with the right front fender. Just bang that out. They don't want to change the tire because NASCAR has a rule. If the tire's not down or flat or bent, there's a penalty if the tire is changed under this green flag condition. They can only change tires on the brake. So they wanted him to turn the tire all the way to the left, which he did, and they fixed that right front fender without changing the tire.
Travis will know when they go back to green after just a lap or two if there's any damage to that suspension. There's Mike Ricci in the foreground. There's Fuzz, car chief on the car.
So they checked it out, took a closer look, brought him onto pit road. Now he'll go back out onto the racetrack, line back up. Derek Thorne has continued to dominate this race.
He's led every lap, I believe.
Led every lap, has been able to stay out of any problems on the racetrack. Most of it's happened right behind him. Greg Pursley back up into that second spot. Will restart on the inside. Jason Bowles has made a good charge to the front. He'll restart in third position. David Mayhew fourth.
Jonathan Gomez, a good run, started back in the 14th position all the way up to 5th.
2x2 as they come out of turn number 4. Green flag back in the air. We're back underway.
Another great restart by Derek Thorne. Stephen Wallace jumps to the bottom, makes it 3 wide.
Battle for that second spot. David Mayhew also will contact there maybe with Derek Thorne as they came out of turn 4. The first time they've been close to Derek Thorne. And Mayhew now all over the back bumper, that 44.
Andrew Myers now has moved up to the 4th position.
Mayhew right on the back bumper of the 44 of Derek Thorne.
David Mayhew had a great year last year. He won the west portion of the race in Iowa, finished second in the points to Eric Holmes.
Mayhew growing up on short tracks was the 2004 Mesa Marin track champion.
Got his feet wet last year a little bit in the Camping World Truck Series. Had some nice runs.
Paulie Haraka in the 12. Steve Wallace in the 66 battling for 7th. DJ Kennington in the 17 just behind Wallace.
Paulie Haraka has one of the composite bodies, one of the 4 or 5 composite bodies in the field. It's another direction, a cost-saving move that this series is taking, and they give you an option of running a composite body instead of an all-steel body, which the majority of the cars have.
Borneman and Luis Martinez Jr. The 06 of Luis Martinez Jr. and Borneman in the 8 side-by-side.
That's DJ Kennington in the white car right behind Stephen Wallace. That's another car out of the Bill McAnally stables. That's actually that 17 car is the car that Michael Waltrip drove at Phoenix last November to a 2nd place finish in the West Series race.
Three-fourths of the way done with the first segment. Coming up on lap 75. They still continue to battle for that 7th spot.
Paulie Haraka trying to make the bottom of the racetrack work. Really challenging to try to make that pass down there. It's so inviting. There's so much room down there, but you don't have the bank to hold that car.
Michael Self a little bit slow now as Travis Pastrana looks to the inside.
Travis has made his way back up into the 22nd position. Remember, he made a pit stop to beat out that right front fender on this most recent caution flag.
Make sure to check on those tires. He had mentioned a potential vibration. Derek Thorne now is pulled out to almost a 2nd lead over Mayhew.
What a flawless performance so far for Derek Thorne. 76 laps into this first 100 lap segment.
Thorne just 24 years old out of Lakeport, California, leading numerous veterans around this racetrack. Persley and Myers battling for the 3rd spot.
Persley gets a little bit sideways coming up off the turn number 2.
Andrew Myers in the 77, just behind him Jason Bowles in the 75.
Andrew Myers had a top 5 finish here a couple years ago, actually last year in this race.
Finsler, the rotors glowing on that number 50, making his way by Dale Quarterly.
He's made his way all the way back up in this battle for the 11th position. How about Dale Quarterly? Won the last chance race. That's Johnny Boardman, the 8 car in front of Dale Quarterly. He was also in that last chance race yesterday, and they're right now running 10th and 11th. Oh, a little contact. Finsler gets in the back of Quarterly.
Sideways goes Quarterly, and now we've got problems. Chad Boat in the 98 sideways on the racetrack. Everyone able to avoid.
Chad gets his car going again. I believe he's going to stay on the lead lap. $20 more laps till the end of this first segment.
A lot of crew chiefs are counting those laps down, wanting to get their hands on these race cars to make adjustments.
See, up in front of Travis Pastrana, you see Chad Boat get turned around there. Nothing but smoke. Matt Crafton helps Travis guide him through there.
I'm sure Travis is saying right now, why is everyone wrecking in front of me?
Daniel Suarez does a nice job. He was enveloped in smoke, and he just turned hard left and avoided Chad Boat.
Chad Boat gets it turned back around, as you mentioned, stays on the lead lap. Pastrana back up to the 20th spot after making that pit stop, working on the right front fender. Derek Thorne has been dominant with just 19 laps remaining. Mayhew, Persley, Myers, and Bowles, your top 5. Steve Wallace running in the 7th spot. Paulie Haraka 8th.
Let's see if we can make contact with Travis Pastrana.
I've been getting focused on you. I'm not paying attention who's in front of you or behind you.
That's Matt Crafton.
Hey, Travis Pastrana. Phil Parsons up in the speed booth. Do you have a copy?
Sir, how you doing up there?
Good, man. You having some fun? Is everybody on the racetrack spinning out in front of you or what?
Man, it's chaos.
we had a little bit, a couple guys going through, but I was just thinking, Harry, you know, stay high and pin it. But it's been a lot of fun. We're just haven't really had a lot of clear tracks, so hopefully we can get this Boost Mobile Toyota up a little closer to the front, so we can start getting out of our own way.
Doing a great job avoiding those guys, man. You got a great crew under you with Mike Greach and all the boys. You going to make any changes this first intermission?
Good. We lost a lot of spots when we hit the front right, but we were able to make the car a little looser through the middle. And I tell you what, we can move forward now. Before, I just couldn't really push it in that area. So I think if we loosen this car up in the middle, man, we're going to have a really strong car come the end of the race if we'd still be in there.
All right, buddy, you got a lot of fans out here watching for you. We're pulling for you.
Thanks a lot. A lot of fun down here. That's for doggone sure.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Again, Pastrana making his NASCAR debut. Running in the 20th spot.
Just take a look at what Travis has seen today. There's that one big wreck. Brendan Newberry was involved. He went by on the bottom. There it is up to his right. Just drives under the white line and drives away from it. There's another one.
Darrell Wallace Jr. stops in front of him.
That's when he got that little bit of contact with Johnny Borneman and had a little bit of damage to the right front fender on that car. Then Chad Boat just now spun out relatively close to in front of him as well.
Had to avoid that as well. So it's been an eventful night for Travis Pastrana as well as the other drivers on the racetrack. And we see the two-time champ Matt Kobaluk, his team pushing that race car. Can't get it to fire.
Getting ready to restart this race.
Green flag back in the air. Derek Thorne continuing to lead laps. Mayhew in the middle now as Pursley shoots to the bottom of the racetrack.
3 wide in a battle for second right now.
Little contact made on the high side. It's Andrew Myers in the 77. Pursley takes second, but now Myers is going to take it away from him.
That outside has the momentum. Andrew Myers now up into the second spot in Joe Nava's number 77 car.
Jason Bowles just in front of Steve Wallace.
These two drivers are teammates in this race. Both cars coming out of Marty Gaunt's stable.
We're hearing that Andrew Ranger going to be penalized for passing before the start.
There's DJ Kennington, the 17 car. He has a good run going early. He's side by side with Paulie Haraka.
3 wide back behind the pack. It's the 21 of Michael Self. Luis Martinez Jr. in the 06 and the 9 of Sean Case back out on the racetrack.
Michael Self's being shown a lap down right now. They continue to run 3 wide. Sean Case, the 9 on the outside. Martinez, his teammate in the middle.
Case scored in the 14th position even after the damage in the wreck that he was involved in.
That's Jason Fentler, the 50 car. Remember, he was battling for the second spot with Darrell Wallace Jr. when Lucas Lassier got turned around right in front of them.
Trying to get by Johnny Borneman in the 8 now.
Fentler has a good car even with that damage.
Paulie Haraka looking to the outside of Steve Wallace. DJ Kennington in the 17 on the inside.
The DJ has an excellent car right now.
Inside of 10 laps remaining in this first segment. The NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. DJ Kennington currently running 8th.
Here's Andrew Ranger back on the racetrack. Caught a glimpse of Matt Kobaluk also back on the racetrack. They were able to get his car refired.
Slide through turns 1 and 2 for DJ Kennington. That's 17 just in front of Steve Wallace.
He's been able to get by Steve Wallace as well as Paulie Haraka. It's a good race car for the Canadian champion, DJ Kennington.
3 wide once again for position. Right in the middle of all of that is Paulie Haraka. Now Haraka looks to the bottom of the racetrack, tries to get by Matt Kobaluk in the 40. Again, Kobaluk not on the lead lap.
And Matt's a few laps down. Side-by-side racing all over the racetrack. Pendler jumps to the inside of Steve Wallace. It's a battle for the 8th position.
Momentum with Wallace propels him by Fensler in the 50. Thorne has almost a 2-second lead over Andrew Myers, and it's Mayhew, Persley, and Bowles your top 5. Gomez, Kennington, Wallace, Fensler, and Haraka your top 10.
Trying to make his way back to the front. You see all the damage on that car from that incident with Darrell Wallace Jr. Doesn't appear to have slowed the car down much.
These two continuing to battle for that 8th spot, Fensler and Steve Wallace. Wallace with the momentum gets to the stripe first, holding on to it as we're on the 97th lap of this 100-lap segment.
I think Fensler would like to get by Steve Wallace because that would move him up to the 8th position, which means he would start on the outside on the restart, but we're just a couple laps away from this first intermission.
NASCAR will let the spotters know, and they will throw the caution when they've decided to have the first break. They've told them at or near lap 100. We're on lap 99 now. Haraka to the inside, Fensler in the middle, and Wallace on the outside. Wallace now in front of Fensler. Haraka still trying that lower line as we're on lap 100.
Well, Haraka able to get by Fensler. Fensler's going to fight back on the outside. We may be getting the caution next time by for the leader.
Flagman has grabbed the yellow flag. Getting ready to end this first segment of the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown.
They just completed 100 laps. They did not get the caution.
On lap 101. Field spread out all the way around this half-mile racetrack.
Steve Wallace able to get by.
They just took the yellow flag. That ends the first segment. Toyota All-Star Showdown. Gone 101 laps. Derek Thorne led all 101. He was a dominant car in this first segment. They will have a 10-minute intermission, a 10-minute break, where they will be able to come onto pit road. As soon as all of the cars are stopped in their pit stall, they will then allow them to begin working on their race cars. So it will be now in the hands of the crew to make the drivers happy, or as happy as they can be, with any adjustments that need to be made. We'll be back for all of those adjustments here on Speed. Welcome back. Here's your top 10 after 102 laps of the 225 scheduled for tonight. Derek Thorne has been dominant out front all 102 laps. Andrew Myers moved up into the 2nd spot. Mayhew up to 3rd. Persley, who started 2nd in this race, back to 5th.
Jonathan Gomez with a great run up to 6th position. DJ Kennington right now being shown in 7th.
Take a look at how we got to this order. Our highlights from the first 102 laps. Green flag flying. It was Derek Thorne who won the pole position. Persley on his inside. And then Augie Vinovich bursts into flames before we had even completed 10 laps.
Ruben Ravello, the 27, gets involved in a little incident, a little spin.
It's the big one here. Brendan Newberry sideways in front of the pack. Sean Case gets caught up. Max Gresham as well.
Here's Eric Holmes. Eric was pushed into this incident. He makes contact, hard contact, with Brendan Newberry.
That ended his night. Lucas Lassier in the 81 slides up the racetrack, and that was the 39 of Brendan Newberry, again with problems.
Darrell Wallace Jr. actually blows an engine coming off of turn number 4.
This is what Travis Pastrana saw of that incident.
Just a little bit of damage to the right side of that boost, Toyota.
But it's been all Derek Thorne in the 44, out in front of this field by as much as 2 seconds at points during the first 102 laps. Now all of the cars are on pit road, and they're beginning to work on their race cars. And Dick Bergman's down with our leader.
With Derek Thorne, how close to perfect is this car?
You know, we were able to come down here and test a couple times, and we've really been working on trying to get this thing perfect. You know, and the guys at Joiner Motorsports, Dan Smith, Byron Campbell, 4-Star Fruit, SP Crankshafts, this whole team put together a great effort over the last couple months to put this together. It was really last minute, and I just can't thank them enough. But they finally made some last-minute changes last night after qualifying, and this thing is pretty close. I would say it's about 97.2%.
And pitting right behind Eric Thorne is Greg Persley, who has had more success at this racetrack than any other driver in today's event. He knows how to play this game. He knows how to win the long-distance races. He has been very cool, very fast tonight, and his car is so far unmarked.
And Dick, it was obvious that Andrew Myers made his way late in the going. He said the car was perfect late in the going. Great grip coming off the corner. He made a slight change to get better grip through the center. All he really asked for was a candy bar for the 77 of Andrew Myers, and he has had a great run here at Irwindale. Matter of fact, he has the closest finish in history, winning a race here in May of 2006, beating Eric Holmes across the finish line in their dramatic run. So Myers no doubt knows how to be successful here at Irwindale. We're going to duck in now to talk to Travis Pastrana. Travis, you've had an eventful 100 laps. What did you guys end up talking about to make changes for the next 100?
Oh, I'm sorry, my
what do you guys talk about to change for the next 100?
Sorry, Matt's talking to me right now. I couldn't hear anything you said. Sorry.
All right, sorry about that. Let's try it one more time. What have you guys talked about changing this car for the next 100, Travis?
Yeah, well, we had a great car on the top, but everybody was 2-3 wide in front of me. We just felt like we were just rolling around the track, but every time I dropped down to make a pass, I'd get past. So what we're really trying to do is make it turn in a little bit better. It's going to free it up a bit on top, but right now it's just it's impossible to move forward with where we are.
Obviously, you got to set up for the next 25 laps at the finish. I know you guys talked a lot about it. What has Mike Ricci been telling you and enforcing for you for this race the entire distance?
Oh, definitely. We have to go the distance. That was the first 100 was the most crucial. This next 100, just see if we can make the right adjustments here to hopefully start moving forward. And then, that last 25 that's fun time.
Fun time indeed, Dick.
And Jason Bowles has had a good run for himself tonight. Are you fast enough to be able to win this thing?
I think with a couple adjustments here, we're going to be pretty good. We've just kind of been biding our time. Car's not bad. It was a little tight that first run, so make a few changes here and see how it is the second run, set up for that last 25 shootout.
And that second run will be 100 laps, and then they get a chance to adjust the cars one more time for a 25-lap go for the checkered.
Walking over to David Mayhew, the window is already up on the car. He had a great run going. He talked about the car, just a half a pound out of the right front, and Mayhew's crew now putting a bit more tape on the grill as well, David. I'm going to stick my microphone in here and ask you, what changes have you made? The car looked very impressive, but fell off just a little bit in that last green flag run.
Yeah, on that last restart, I made a bad restart and kind of got sandwiched down the back straightaway, so we got the fenders pulled back out, and we think the thing was pretty good. The first 25, we made a lot of passes, so that's what we're working on, just getting everything fixed that I messed up the first 100 laps. And now that we're up there, we can hopefully keep the thing clean and give Derek a run for his money. It looks like he's got a pretty good hot rod.
Message loud and clear for David Mayhew, testing this race car for the first 25 laps of this run, because that equals the number of laps at the finish.
Thanks, guys. A lot of good work down there. We have obviously now been joined by our Grand Marshal, Michael Waltrip. I like the name Grand Marshal for you. I think that's very fitting.
Well, in January, I'm Grand Marshal. In February, I'm going to become grandfather. So I'm just sort of working my way into this. And all that equals old. Yeah. And
Very grand.
That's exactly where I'm heading, I guess.
Well, Derek Thorne, I would have to say, gets an A for his performance in the first segment,
Maybe
leading
an A+.
every lap. A+. How would you rank your driver, your partner, I guess, with Travis Pastrana out on the racetrack?
Man, you guys, I'm glad you had everything covered in front of the field, because all I did was watch Travis. I wanted to see exactly what he was up against. And, I raced this race in Phoenix last fall just so I would know what he was faced with, driving these cars on bias ply tires with the low horsepower that they have. You really have to hustle these things. You got to really dig to make some progress. So I think Travis is just trying to figure out exactly where the limits are, how hard to push it. He did an amazing job logging laps. Phil, you can appreciate how disappointing it would have been for our team to come all the way here to California, get involved in one of them early crashes, and we got a guy that hadn't even raced these things before. We needed him to make all those laps, so I would grade his first half performance as an A as well, just because he got to experience what was going on out there.
Well, how many of those incidents was he right behind, too? He did a great job avoiding them.
3, and 1 he avoided masterfully, even though he didn't quite all the way avoid it, but darn, what a great job of just logging some laps and learning. He is so green, he doesn't know what's going on out there, but he's really happy getting to try it. Watch this, Phil. Look at all the stuff that happens. Early in the race, he's able to slip to the bottom, barely avoiding a major crash. You can see how close it is from his onboard. Look, guys are heading his way.
He just turns left and misses it.
And that's exactly what you have to do. This is a big deal here. Little damage there, but what a great job of threading his way through the crash, keeping his eyes open, just driving his way all the way through the wreck. So I have to give him a great grade for that first half.
You know, we've seen a lot of great, you know, gentlemen start your engines over the years. Commands, I should say. You know, Kevin James did an amazing job. We had Adam Sandler do it. Let's watch you
critique it.
Critique yours a little bit.
We want to know a grade, too,
I mean, we
by the
thought
way.
you did a great job. We'll let you critique it.
Y'all are really making me nervous.
Let's get the Toyota All-Star Challenge underway. What do you say? Gentlemen, start your engines!
What's the name of the race?
You want to try that again?
What is this race?
All-Star Showdown.
Well, I got Toyota right.
It was challenging. I know that much. It was challenging.
I was happy to be down on the. I've never done that before, Phil. I mean, I've never got to do that. It was awesome.
Hey, you've got a bunch of great stuff coming. You're going to try to make your 25th Daytona 500 in a row, and you've got a book coming out here. What, next week? I guess it's going to be in bookstores, right?
February the 1st. It's for sale right now on Amazon.com. You can pre-order it. Just type in Mike Waltrip. And you know what I like most about the book is people that have read it like it. So all this publicity and stuff I'm doing for it,
and that would be two of us.
Yeah, we've read it.
You know, a lot of times you're nervous about what you got, but this thing is a good story, and people seem to enjoy it, so I'm proud.
We got cars behind us going around. Can you stick around with us?
Oh, can I call a few laps?
You know, this feels really odd that us three together in a TV booth.
You're the two best friends that anyone could have. You're the two best friends.
We were lone wolves up here.
We do have a lot of fun at what we do, and it's going to be a lot of fun watching what takes place in the second segment here of the Toyota All-Star Showdown. So stay with us. And the field begins to double up as they've given him the 1-to-go sign. Getting ready to start the second segment of the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. A 225 lap feature.
Did y'all point out right after I said the wrong name of the race that it was the wrong name?
No, we did not.
You let that slide?
Yes, let it slide. We thought you did a very amazing job.
Because when I drove off on the golf cart, I thought, I think I just called this the wrong race.
You got Toyota and All-Star right, and that was really
most of it. What about the action? These guys battle, don't they?
It is great. From the very drop of the green flag, we're about to see it again. Green flag back in the air. Andrew Myers on the inside. Derek Thorne on the outside. Myers with a good run through 1 and 2.
He may have them
clear. He does clear Derek Thorne. This is the first time Thorne has trailed in this race.
Don't you love the double foul restarts?
They have made NASCAR racing so much more fun. Phil, could you imagine if they'd have told you a few years ago somebody's going to restart 9th at Martinsville and win the darn race with 2 to go?
And we saw that.
Denny Hamlin did that, so there's no telling what will happen late in the going here because they raced 3 and 4 wide here at Irwindale.
3 wide for second. Now Mayhew to the bottom of the racetrack trying to get by Derek Thorne to hold sole possession of that second position.
He's going to do it, Rick. He's made that move, and look who's right behind him. Greg Pursley, that's the twins. Pursley and Mayhew go everywhere together. Whether they're racing trucks or cars, they wind up running nose to tail, and generally it's close to the front.
Jason Bowles in the 75 on the outside of Pursley now.
Jonathan Gomez, the 22 Steve Wallace side by side for a moment. Remember, Jason Bowles won 3 times in a row here in the West Series.
Andrew Myers now out in front of the field, setting the pace. David Mayhew runs second. Derek Thorne is third. Pursley and Bowles battling for the 4th spot. Bowles has it. Pursley drops back to 5th. As you mentioned, the 22 of Jonathan Gomez holding on to 6th.
Mayhew jumps to the inside.
Battle for the lead coming out of turn number 4. Mayhew sideways. Not able to clear that 77 of Myers.
Michael, we were talking about there's so much racetrack down there in the bottom. It's so inviting, but man, is it hard to make that work.
And yeah, Phil, also, these guys are literally driving these cars through the turns harder than the stars in the Cup Series do. That's the way you have to race these cars. You've got to really load yourself up down in the center of the corner because you don't have any power. That's where you make all your time. So it's really challenging because of all the speed you're carrying through the turn. These guys are literally putting it on the edge every time they get to a corner.
Almost 200 horsepower less than the Cup Series driver, which you talked about. as Andrew Myers continues to try to hold off David Mayhew in that 19. Mayhew once again looks to the inside of Andrew Myers. They go down the backstretch.
Mayhew's going to try to make that bottom work.
What a great battle for the lead.
Andrew Myers is a former winner in the series, but a pretty infrequent competitor now.
Andrew Myers out of Newport Beach, California, our race leader. David Mayhew running second. Derek Thorne, who was so dominant in our first 102 laps, running in the third spot.
Take a look back at Travis Pastrana. Heavy traffic. There's Chad Boat, the 98 to his outside. There's Moses Smith, the 16, running side by side with the 7 of Travis Motley.
I think Travis really likes going to the bottom. His crew said that he was really fast on the bottom, but I tried to warn him before the race started. Those passes are really difficult to complete. You know, you might feel good down there on your own, but darn, as soon as you get to racing, it's really hard to finish a pass like that. So I'm liking the fact that he wants to go there, but then he sees real quickly he needs to adjust and go back to the top. You can see now he's up there trying to make a pass.
He's got Chad Boat working the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get by him in that 98. Moses Smith just in front.
Travis right now being shown in the 19th position.
And that's where he's hovered around. All the way up to 14th, back to 20th, 21st. They came onto pit road, did an adjustment to the right front of that race car to get it cleaned up. Mikey, you've worked with Travis for a couple months now, actually, putting this deal together. What's it like working with Travis?
He's got a heart of gold. You know, he just really is genuine. How many times have you heard a race car driver say, "Excuse me, Mr. Announcer, the coach, my driver coach was talking to me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you repeat the question, please?" But that's him. That's him. If you're in the hauler or whether he's in the race car, he genuinely loves what he's doing. He's so passionate about making this work. He wants to be competitive. He wants to be fast, but he knows the learning curve is going to be huge. He's never lined up against other people before. He just does his thing on his own.
We talked to him yesterday. We know he's had we got a good battle for the lead again with Andrew Myers and David Mayhew. We talked to him about practice yesterday, right after the first practice session. I said, "I know you've tested a couple times. Have you ever been around any other cars?" He said, "That's the first time I've ever been around another car."
Now, what are they all doing out here with me right now? But, you know, I want to tip my hat to Blake Bechtel. He told me a year ago, he said, "I'm going to go to the Long Beach Marina where Travis Pastrana is going to jump over it, and I'm going to get him to come NASCAR racing." Blake owns Blake and his dad own basically Pastrana Waltrip Racing. We're just partners with them guys in it. And he wanted Travis Pastrana to come racing. A lot of hard work by Ty Norris, the folks at MWR. But Blake was the guy that got the ball rolling, and I'm just real proud to be associated. It feels so cool to be sitting down there signing autographs, and Travis Pastrana is beside you. And that's your driver. How cool is that?
Very cool.
Well, everything he's touched has really turned to gold, and so I'm sure it's got to be great to be associated with him. We're seeing some great side-by-side racing here on the racetrack now. DJ Kennington in the 17, and Steve Wallace in that South Point 66 fighting for position.
Remember I told you I raced at Phoenix? That 17 car is the very car I ran second at the race in Phoenix with. So they just painted it, put 17 on it for DJ. And DJ's a champion of the Canadian Series and certainly a guy that knows how to get it done. And he's going up against a cat that can really roll too, and Stephen Wallace. Good battle.
Does it surprise you that Phil has already brought that fact to our attention?
Not at all. And if Ray was here, we'd know what chassis number it was.
That's exactly right.
I don't have the chassis number.
Side by side, continuing to fight for the 7th position, Steve Wallace and DJ Kennington.
What about these two diversely different backgrounds? DJ's been up there and racing in the north, up in Canada.
Way north.
Way north. And then Stephen Wallace, brother or son of NASCAR champion Rusty Wallace. Two different paths, but here they are on a half-mile track in Southern California racing side by side.
Michael, we have 5 different countries represented in this race here tonight. Brazil, Mexico, Canada, France, and the U.S.
Look at this battle. DJ's wanting that spot bad, but he just can't get rid of Stephen.
And look at the gap in front of them now. That means that this battle now is losing ground with the cars in front of him. That's why DJ would love to clear Stephen.
I think
just
he's got
about
it.
has him.
Oh.
Has to get out of the gas as they enter 3 and 4, but now he's got him cleared. Up the racetrack, DJ Kennington goes. We'll see if he's able to pull away from Steve Wallace now.
What about Derek Thorne? I bet you he thought this was going to be
trying to take second back away from David Mayhew.
After 100 laps, I bet he thought, I got this, baby. And I think he had everybody's attention down on pit road. We heard the other drivers talking about how strong that car was, but Myers made a great start here for the second half of the race, and
Derek showed a lot of patience too, because he didn't go right back and try to fight and get that back. He rode around here in the third spot. Now looks like after 25 laps in this segment, he's looking that he sees the gap forming in front of Mayhew. He knows that Myers now is pulling away from Mayhew. He said, well, let me see if I can go chase him down.
Whoa. Pretty much the whole race, Derek Thorne has been able to choose his line around this racetrack, and now he's being forced to the bottom of the racetrack to try to get by David Mayhew, and it's not working out for him.
Jason Bowles is closing in on the back of these two in that 75 car. He's going to join that battle here. Anytime you run side by side, it doesn't matter how fast you
contact. Derek Thorne almost going around, catches it. Mayhew moves out in front of him to hold sole possession of second now.
That allows Jason Bowles to pull right up on the rear bumper of Derek Thorne. You know, Michael, we talk about the ladder system in NASCAR. This division right here is the next step after the weekly racing series. Derek Thorne was here last year, ran the super late model race, caught some eyes, and here he is battling for the second place right now.
And we talked about the car I ran at Phoenixville, and it's one DJ's in. That's a nationwide car. We literally raced that car in 2010, and now it's here for its second race in the K&N Pro Series. So these guys are getting experience and learning how to drive cars that they aspire to step up to. They're already getting experience in them.
And Michael, nobody knows better of how this ladder system works than you. Ryan Truex won 2 championships in the Pro Series for you, has moved up in the ranks. Martin Truex Jr. ran in the Pro Series, now runs in the Cup Series.
Yeah, those guys are great examples of how this all works. And now we have Brett Moffitt, who's going to drive the 99 car for us in the 00 car in 2011, try to win our 3rd straight championship in the K&N Pro Series. So Mike Ricci and those guys, they know how to build a race car to win races and championships. And that's what I think Travis, why he's so comfortable. He knows he's got the equipment to do the job. Now he's just got to figure out how he's going to do it.
That was the battle for second. Now we go to our race leader in the 77. He's getting mired in traffic. A little contact there made by the 42 of Taylor Cusick. So Andrew Myers has got to step lightly as he gets through this lap traffic. Now the battle for second continuing. Derek Thorne doesn't have enough room, gets sideways, and here comes Jason Bowles to try to take third away from him.
That getting sideways may cost him a spot. Jason Bowles going to try to take advantage of it.
You know, Phil, I've watched that orange car of Mayhew. He's been sideways, too, about every lap. So these guys are really slipping and sliding, but they know it's very, very important to get that track position so that when we have this restart with just 25 to go, you need to be in those first couple of rows if you really want to have a shot at winning this thing.
This has been our longest green flag run of this race, and we're seeing a lot of guys starting to slide around a little more. These tires are heating up.
More so than ever, and that's the good thing about these tires, these bias ply tires. You can really slip them and slide and get all sideways, but yet still make some good progress. These guys have to have tremendous car control to keep the gas on the floorboard while you're turning to the right. You're not supposed to turn right.
Bowles to the inside of David Mayhew.
I think Mayhew's a sitting duck. His car's gone away really bad, and here comes Bowles. Is he going to make the pass?
Heavy traffic now. 2 and 3 wide right in front of them.
Andrew Myers has already worked his way through this traffic. Now second, third, fourth, and fifth all trying to make their way through as well. 3 and 4 wide.
Jason Bowles looks like he may be, didn't quite get the bite off of turn number 4. Now he's in the middle of Andrew Ranger and Cusick in the 42.
Derek Thorne in the 44 trying to get by as well. Contact made.
Got to be thinking, how these guys all get over here?
Bowles is going to merge with a second spot. Derek Thorne now has also got by Mayhew to take over third.
Mayhew's got a really good car for 25 laps, though, huh, guys?
Yeah.
You know, that's
how long's this last segment?
Exactly.
About 25 laps.
He could just hang on here and keep him some good track position. He might have something for him in that last run.
Andrew Myers in the 77, still out in front of this group.
Just a few moments ago, our leader, Andrew Myers, had to get through that same group of traffic. He didn't necessarily get through there unscathed either. Let's take a look. There's Cusick in the 42.
Right in front of him, Travis Milburn in the 14.
Myers goes to the outside. Kusick, he makes a little bit of contact with Milburn in the 14, gets a little bit sideways.
But he was able to get by these cars, and that's what we saw second through fifth have to battle through as well, as now Andrew Myers has a clean track to work with.
And almost a 2-second lead right now over Jason Bowles, who's running second.
And when you have a 2-second lead and you're faced with heavy traffic, that 2 seconds is your friend. You know, you don't want somebody gnawing right on your back bumper when you're trying to cut through some heavy traffic.
A good long green flag run from here at Toyota Speedway in Irwindale. Myers, Bowles, Thorne, Mayhew, and Kersley, your top 5. This Thursday, the most intense car building competition ever comes to speed. Car Warriors. All-star builders take on small-town heroes in a 72-hour race to build the ultimate dream ride. Big egos, big characters, big conflict. That's Car Warriors. Premieres February 23rd, 9 p.m. Eastern on Speed. Andrew Myers continuing to lead as we've just passed the 1 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Thanks for joining us here. Rick Allen, Phil Parsons, Michael Waltrip with you up in the booth. Dick Berggren and Jim Trado down on pit road. And we go down to Jim.
Just an update on the 22 of Jonathan Gomes. He has had a really strong run in the Heritage Cattle number 22. 10 laps into this run, guys, the car started smoking. He was in 8th. He's now up into the 6th position. Reported a really bad vibration maybe about 15 laps ago and continues to stay on the back bumper of Greg Kersley. That smoke continues to billow. NASCAR officials have kept a close eye on it. He remains on the racetrack, and he's really fast with that vibration.
We heard Travis come on the radio in the first segment saying, I've got a vibration, after they had that little bit of contact. Something new for him.
Yeah, he's used to vibrations, Rick.
Well,
he doesn't stay on paved surfaces very often.
Yeah, that's
well, you don't get many vibrations when you're up in the air, though.
Yeah, no contact with the earth.
That smoke's getting worse in Jonathan Gomez's car there. Maybe a oil line or something like that, maybe a cracked oil pan.
Haven't seen any problems for our race leader, Andrew Myers, out in front as we're closing in on the halfway point of this second segment. Again, this segment will conclude approximately at lap 200. As we're closing in on lap 150.
What about the first 3 cars all ran within a couple hundredths of a second of each other? The first 2 tied actually on that last lap. So got some really intense competition, but lap after lap, that 77 car can just cut through traffic. It seems like he can take his car anywhere he wants. We saw Mayhew's car start to really give up. He settled in back in the 4th spot.
Paulie Haraka just took over the 7th spot from DJ Kennington in the Napa car there.
Again, those 2 cars built by Bill McAnally.
That 12th car on Paulie Haraka has one of the composite bodies on it, Michael.
Oh, does it?
There's about 4 or 5 of them in the field.
He's got it rolling right now, too. He's really strong up off the corner sign. Put a couple of 3-car lengths on DJ Kennington off turn 2 there. And he's able to cut it right to the bottom there, too, and deal with that lap traffic.
Cabrera in the 53 car. See Gomez's car still smoking there right in front of this battle.
One guy who's had a very eventful day, that 98 of Chad Boat.
Hasn't he spun out a couple times?
A couple times.
He spun a couple times, and he's currently running in the 10th spot.
Started back in the 36th position.
Yeah, had to race his way in.
Wow. That's an impressive performance.
Had a great run at Iowa in the combination race. Last year finishing the 4th spot. Son of Billy Boat, longtime IndyCar competitor and winner. Go for AJ.
Fensler in the 50. Now trying to make his way back up toward the front after struggling early in this race. Well, by the slower lap traffic. That's the 14 of Travis Milburn. Fensler scored in the 11th position. Still the smoke coming out of that 22 as we see Paulie Haraka make his way by.
This is for the 7th spot, trying to grab the 6th spot away from Gomez. And, you know, you start getting up there in the top 5, you can think about winning this thing, especially with a car that handles as good as Paulie's does. He's able to drive really low on the track and make some progress. We don't see that a whole lot here.
Paulie had a top 10 run last year in this race, finishing in the 9th position.
We were talking to Paulie's dad earlier today. talking about his schooling. He's going to be done with school in about a year, year and a half at Duke. And his dad said, I wish he'd stay in school. Keep going and get his education, continue with his education.
That's something I never really heard a whole lot of when I was a kid. My parents were just hoping I could get out of school.
Paulie made the dean's list, 4.0 at Duke last semester. Wow.
Haraka still not able to get by Milburn. Gomez, excuse me, in the 22.
That's Persley, though, right in front of this side-by-side battle.
Persley started in the second position when this race began.
See if Paulie gets him cleared. Almost clears him.
They continue to race side by side. Haraka down to the bottom of the racetrack. Does he have him now? He's going to take the spot. As they go down the backstretch, he claims that position. So Haraka moves into the 5th spot.
See,
Andrew Myers out in front.
Andrew just continuing to lap cars and not too far ahead. Just a couple cars up there ahead of Andrew is Travis Pastrana, and this is something too Travis has never experienced. They're going to say the leader's coming. He's probably going to say, what do you mean? He doesn't know what that means exactly, but they'll explain it to him that he better get going if he's going to stay on the lead lap and have a shot for a top 10 finish.
Amazing clean segment since the restart here.
Yeah, we've gone 61 laps. Caution free. Derek Thorne now trying to get by Jason Bowles. Bowles on the outside holding on to the position. Derek Thorne still trying to get by. And again, how dominant was Derek Thorne to start this race as those two continue to battle for second.
Jason Bowles certainly knows his way around this racetrack, a 3-time winner here in the West Series.
And Michael, I think you said it best. If you're in the top 5 for the last segment, you have got a legitimate shot at winning this race, and that's right where Derek Thorne is right now. He's running 3rd.
Well, these guys are really going to lean on those restarts, Rick. You get a restart with 25 to go, double file. With a track like this where you can go 3 and 4 wide, you're going to push it. And if you're running 4th, 5th, 6th, anywhere along in there and somebody makes a slip, you can come off turn 2 with a lead.
Dick Berggren, pretty impressive performance so far for young Thorne.
Yeah, indeed, it is a solid performance for Thorne, and you might have thought that when he dropped back after leading the entire first 100 laps of this event, that there'd be frustration in his voice, frustration in the crew's voice on the radios. There has been nothing but calm. These guys are absolutely convinced that they can get the job done and win this race tonight at number 44.
Got the 9 of Sean Case slow, almost stopped in turn number 2. He's trying to get off the racetrack.
He can turn hard left here. I think that
it doesn't look like he's under power, so he tries to make the hard left turn.
He needs about 2 more car lengths and he'll be out of the way.
He didn't turn hard left, Phil. There he
goes.
Off the racetrack and behind the wall, so that's a good sign, obviously, for the competition staying green. A bad sign for Sean Case.
It's not a great sign for Travis Pastrana either. The leader is closed up on the cars that Travis was racing with.
Here comes Derek Thorne trying to take second away from Jason Bowles. Down to the bottom of the racetrack. Lucas Lassier right in the middle.
Going to use him for a pick, Rick?
He may do just that. What is the fastest line around? It's toward the top of this racetrack, and that's where Lucas Lassier is running. And now Jason Bowles goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Contact made. And both drivers get by Lucas Lassier. So Derek Thorne holding on to the 3rd spot. Jason Bowles still out in front in 2nd. Andrew Myers leading this field around.
Well, Haraka now has made his way up to the 4th position. He's gotten by Greg Persley and David Mayhew.
Those two running together again.
At least for the last 2 years they have.
I can't separate them.
Myers, Bowles, Thorne, Haraka, Mayhew, your top 5.
You can see our leader has caught Travis Pastrana. Travis has been hung in behind Johnny Borneman. Can't seem to make a move on Johnny. They've now caught the lap car of Milburn.
Travis Milburn in that 14, just in front of Pastrana. You see Andrew Myers trying to get by. And here comes Pastrana. He'll follow Andrew Myers. Whoa. Be a good learning experience to try to follow that 77 of Myers.
Remember, we have a beneficiary a free pass. If he can stay right here, right now, if the caution were to come out, he would get that free pass. So it's really important for Travis. If Andrew Myers gets by Johnny Boardman, he needs to get by Johnny Boardman too to be in position to get that free pass.
Get back on the lead lap. We saw Sean Case slow on the racetrack, and now out of his car, Dick Berggren's with him.
What happened, Sean?
Can I have a hug? Can I have a hug?
What happened, man?
I don't know, engine just shut off. I don't know, it's a tough deal. Can't really hear. It's just one of those deals. Just it's a tough break for everybody with Bob and Ducati. You know, we got in that early wreck. We were fighting our way back pretty good, but I don't know what to say. I've come out here. This is my 5th time. We always qualify well, and it's just one of those deals. If you can't come out here and win it,
never give up. We'll see you. Never give up. We'll see you next year.
Yeah, you can't give up. Absolutely not. Just very thankful for my beautiful wife, for my beautiful baby, and I got to thank everybody with Sunrise Ford. This Torque Performance Company right here. They're going to be doing a lot of cool things this year, so look for them in many ways in 2011.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Rick.
Thanks, Dick. And I hope that wasn't uncomfortable for you. Andrew Myers still putting a few more cars a lap down now. Jason Bowles holding on to second. Thorne is third.
Here's a battle for the beneficiary position. Travis Pastrana has turned up the wick a little bit.
He's trying his best to figure this stuff out, Phil. This is trial under fire. Everybody's watching Travis to see how he's going to do. He's trying to figure out how to make a move on Boardman, something that he's never been faced with before. Just doing a great job, but not quite aggressive enough, not quite taking the lines maybe that he needs to in order to finish the pass. He gets so close, but then can't complete it.
Remember, this is a guy that's won in this series before too, Johnny Boardman. He's no slouch.
Pastrana trying to push him up the racetrack to get a little momentum.
How fun is this for Travis to see, though, and feel and learn? I mean, this is what it's all about. Needs to cut low right here, maybe use the 42.
He's got it. He's got it.
Move.
Pastrana takes the position away from Johnny Boardman. Trying to stay as the first car a lap down, so that if the caution does come out, he can get back to the lead lap. We've gone 80 laps caution-free in this segment, as we've completed 180 laps of the 225 scheduled. Andrew Myers out in front of the pack. Welcome back. Andrew Myers has just put Moses Smith and Dale Quarterly a lap down, and problems with Quarterly. He's up against the wall in turns 1 and 2, but gets back up to speed.
I think he just got the right sides up and the stuff there.
You run right on the edge of the groove here, out next to the wall, and one little slip and you're up there in that gravel. Feels like gravel. Dust, tire dust.
The gap between first and second, 77 of Andrew Myers, leading the 75 of Jason Bowles in second.
I tell you, the 12 car Paulie Haraka is on the move. He has chased these two guys down in this battle for second from about 2 seconds back.
Derek Thorne running in the third position. Paulie Haraka is fourth. Spread out all the way around the racetrack. About a 4-second lead for Andrew Myers over Jason Bowles. Great battle now for second, third, and fourth. Jason Bowles has second. Derek Thorne in the 44 running in third. Paulie Haraka in the 12 is fourth.
About 15 laps to go till the next intermission.
These guys are doing a great job of keeping this thing green and just logging laps here, knowing that the good stuff's coming.
It's been good since the drop of the green flag, but it's going to get intense when we have just 25 laps to go.
The important stuff's coming.
I'll tell you, Paul Haraka's car is really handling well right now.
I just like the lines that he can take, Phil. He can run that thing lower than anyone else I see on the track.
And he doesn't lose that momentum up off the corner like the rest of them do trying to run that low line. He doesn't quite have Derek Thorne cleared this time, but he keeps inching up on him each corner.
Takes a lot of discipline to do what you just said, Phil. Just get a little bit of corner, a little bit this corner, a little bit next corner. A young cat like that can get really carried away and say, I got to jump on this guy, I got to get him, and you lose all your momentum. But he's just calm and cool behind the wheel, and he's making some great runs on him.
Derek Thorne's going to get caught in behind Matt Kobaluk, the lap car Matt Kobaluk. That should give the spot to Paulie Haraka.
Haraka takes third away from Derek Thorne. Now he'll set his sights on the 75 of Jason Bowles, who has second.
Wow, Derek Thorne made a big run in the corner.
Thorne, who led 102 laps to start this race, then was passed by Andrew Myers, and Andrew Myers hasn't looked back.
Great run by Paulie Haraka. Paulie started back in the 24th position. Just methodically made his way towards the front. Didn't see a whole lot of Paulie in that first segment, but he has really made the right adjustments during that first intermission. He's got a fast race car.
And his car works well on a long run, which we're not going to see again.
I think the leader's got a flat tire.
The leader has a flat tire.
Andrew Myers.
Right rear tire.
Right rear going down. Can he keep it straight? 8 laps to go. He's not going to be able to hold on to the lead for 8 more laps. He makes his way onto pit road.
And that puts Travis Pastrana back on the lead lap. And he should be able to stay in front of Paulie Haraka. Now goes in that battle for the lead.
Haraka battling with Jason Bowles. He takes the spot away. Haraka's your new leader.
Holy cow, that happened in a hurry, didn't it?
What all went on there?
So Paulie Haraka battling for what he thought was second.
He got aggressive too coming off turn 4.
Able to get by Jason Bowles. Here comes Derek Thorne as you see the work being done on the 77 on the left side of your screen for Andrew Myers.
That is now your battle for second with Jason Thorne and the 75 of Derek Thorne and Jason Bowles.
So Paulie Haraka's moved out front. Jason Bowles now in the 75 is running second. Derek Thorne in the 44 is third as we're closing in on the final 5 laps of this second segment.
Okay, the trouble that the 77 of Andrew Myers had put a lot of guys back on the lead lap. He'd already lapped Stephen Wallace, Moses Smith. Caution flag.
And now the caution comes out.
Travis Milburn, the 14 car. That's on the backstretch. Just talking, Travis Pastrana was another one of those cars that they put back on the lead lap, and this caution flag is going to let them all catch up.
Travis has fought his way up to the top 15, run along in the 15th position. The Napa Gold Toyota there of Paulie Haraka couldn't quite get to the back bumper of Travis, but man, Phil, he can run so low on this track. That's a real advantage in the long run. I'm not sure what advantage that's going to be or how that's going to work in this little heat
25 lapper we have coming up.
Yeah, this dash for the checker flag is going to be crazy interesting because of the difference in what kind of setup you need to be fast for 100 laps and what setup you need to be fast for 25.
I don't think we can talk enough about how impressive it was for the 30 or 29, 30 drivers that were able to run 96 laps of great competition without a caution.
Yeah, I'll guarantee you that was unprecedented here.
And you know, something else that was really good for Travis Pastrana to feel. I mean, he now knows what it feels like to go through a full load of fuel to empty, basically, and how the car changes during the course of a run like that.
Very educational. Andrew Myers back out on the racetrack. Again, Myers with a flat tire puts him onto pit road after being your race leader. Paulie Haraka made the pass on Jason Bowles to take the lead in this race.
Guys, let's look back at what happened to Andrew Myers. He had a couple close calls while he was leading when he was trying to put some cars a lap down. There's
right
Travis
there.
Milburn right there, and he may have made some contact with the right side of that. And here's Dale Quarterly. There's another view. I don't think that one got the tire, but he could have had a slow leak, and he obviously had that right rear tire go down right here. See, Stephen Wallace, he'd already put him a lap down, and you see right now the right rear tire is flat.
Up the racetrack went Andrew Myers, and smart enough to realize I need to come on to pit road. And while he was doing that, the 12 of Paulie Haraka was making the pass on the 75 of Jason Bowles for the lead.
They make a little contact. Jason was trying to lap the 8 car of Johnny Borneman. Paulie Haraka said, I'm going to take advantage of this. There's Derek Thorne trying to stick it in there as well.
That's a perfect Irwindale pass, wasn't it? I'm going to need that extra space that you're occupying.
And it looks like they're calling this the break of that segment. So we didn't actually get to the lap 200. We're going to have a little bit longer of a final segment. They're bringing the field down onto pit road. Again, once everyone is in their pit stall, they'll stop and be able to do work. Mikey, thanks for joining us up here for that segment.
It went by in a hurry, didn't it?
It went by quick. Do you want to tell us what the race is?
It's the Toyota All-Star Showdown, live from Irwindale, California at Toyota Speedway on Speed.
Perfect. Welcome back to Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. The calm before the storm. We've had 2 segments completed now of the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. If you're just tuning in, let's get you caught up on those 200 laps. At the beginning, Greg Pursley and Derek Thorne made up row number 1. Derek Thorne decided it was going to be a dominant performance for him. Augie Vidovich, though, an early exit as his car blew up.
Ruben Ravello, the 27 car, makes contact with Paul Hiraka, gets turned around.
The big one happening next. Brendan Newberry in the 39 turned around. Sean Case involved. Max Gresham involved.
We're going to take a look at Eric Holmes. This is his onboard. He's going to try to board it, but gets pushed into it, makes hard contact with Newberry.
Difficult exit there for him. Lucas Lassier gets sideways. They wreck behind him. Brendan Newberry also involved in that.
There's a 6 car of Darrell Wallace Jr. He loses power coming off of turn 4. Here's Travis Pastrana, going to try to make it through, makes a little bit of contact with Johnny Borneman, incidental contact.
Derek Thorne, though, dominated that first segment, leading all 102 laps. Then we go to the second segment. Thorne on the outside. Andrew Myers on the inside. A great restart for Myers. He takes the lead going out of turn number 2.
Just drives it hard down into turn number 1. Able to clear Derek Thorne by the time they get off of turn number 2 and takes the lead. But
Andrew Myers led every lap until the right rear tire goes down. He relinquishes the lead to guess who?
But look on the racetrack, they're battling side by side for the lead with contact. Paulie Hiraka takes the lead from Jason Bowles.
Paulie Hiraka and Jason Bowles battled it out through 3 and 4. Paulie Hiraka grabs the top spot. So it'll be Hiraka, Bowles, Thorne, Mayhew, Pursley, your top 5 when we get ready to restart with just over 25 laps remaining here in the Toyota All-Star Showdown. Let's go trackside to Jim.
With our race leader, he's still in conference with his crew chief, Dwayne North. They've been talking a lot about getting this car back to where it was at the very beginning of the race. And Paulie, your car certainly came on towards the end of the run, but you don't have that much time, 25 laps to go. What did you guys do to this race car to get ready for the run?
I'll tell you what, that's the thing. The end of this race is a sprint. And I'll tell you what, this Toyota Camry hung tough. I mean, we got beaten bang there at the beginning of the run. Guys doored us a little bit, but Napa Gold filters are as tough as they come, I guess, and we're proving it tonight. But we got a good race car. I mean, to be honest, I didn't even know we took the lead. We got to the end, and my spotter, Tom, goes, well, yellow's out. That's the break. You're the leader. And I was like, oh. I mean, I knew we were marching in the front. I knew we were around some cars that were running up front, so I knew we'd be in the top 5. I didn't know we were the leader. And I'll tell you what, we have one hell of a race car tonight. I mean, I'm really fortunate. Thank God I've got the opportunity to drive this thing, be with this Bill McAnally racing team, and to drive this Napa Gold Filters Toyota because I'm having a blast. I mean, I'm really having a ton of fun. We never get 100 green flag laps here at Toyota Speedway, and to get to do that, it's a blast.
Well, you're certainly ready for the changes. You guys are probably still going to make a few more before you drop that net back up. Good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it, man.
Paulie Hiraka looking for racing in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series and a handful of West races this year with this Bill McAnally team. Now they're just adding fuel. They had a discussion on the 19 car if they're going to add fuel or not. Indeed, they did, and they're going to try to get more in here. So David Mayhew, the driver that we thought would be 25 laps good, we'll check with him in a moment. Dick?
And Jason Bowles is having some electrical issues with his car. They've got the battery charger on. He has had to shut all of the fans off. He has been taking basically fresh air from a fan. You okay in there?
Yeah, fortunately it's cool enough tonight where it's not too bad. We just, the batteries don't want to restart the motor if we run all the fans and don't put the charger on it. So I think we're going to be all right. Car's pretty good. We got up to second there, so we'll see if we made the right adjustments for this 25-lap shootout and see if we can put it in victory lane.
How much has the track changed, Jason?
The track's definitely getting tighter with all the rubber being put down. You know, but that's just it's pretty standard here, so we try and adjust for that throughout the night, build the adjustability into the car. You know, I think we're going to be good here.
The Thorns team up the road here, the number 44 that had led the first 100 laps of this event, they had been very calm until they got passed by the 12 car, at which point it kind of all went away. They are very, very concerned about what they've got to do to catch up with this changing racetrack.
And with Travis Pastrana, this is your final test, I guess, in your NASCAR debut. What have you guys talked about for the final 25, Travis?
They said they want to see if I can go any faster now. No, it was great. We thought we freed it up a little bit before that last one, but we were just so tight, could not get off the middle of the corner. So they said, I was like, I want it loose. Harry says loose is fast, on the edge, out of control. Let's try this Days of Thunder thing out. And they said drop the hammer. They got me really loose. So hopefully we don't spin in the first turn. We figure this stuff out, but hopefully should be able to get off the corner, turn it a little bit better, and then we'll be nice and loose all the way off.
Looking for getting into the top 10. He's currently 15th on the restart. He certainly will be fun to watch.
And I'm sure Travis Pastrana, in preparing for this role in his NASCAR debut, probably did watch a little Days of Thunder. Loose is fast, so we'll find out who is fast and who's the fastest in 2011. Haraka will start on the pole. NASCAR All-Star Showdown started in 2003. It was Austin Cameron who claimed the title first.
Mike Johnson from the East was the first guy to win, and he won from the farthest back of any winner so far, 24th.
And it was David Gilliland who was able to grab the trophy in 2005 after Mike Olson failed post-race technical inspection, and Gilliland was crowned the champion.
Matt Kobaluk in 2006, after finishing second twice, finally found victory lane. Said it was the biggest win of his career.
It is very big to win out here at Toyota Speedway in Irwindale, and young Joey Logano, after a very successful East Series season, claimed the championship for the All-Star Showdown in 07.
Matt Kobaluk became the first two-time winner in the showdown in 2009 after Joey Logano was penalized for a last lap aggressive move.
Wasn't able to hold that title to just himself as far as two-time winner. Joey Logano comes back the very next year and becomes the second two-time winner of this event. Who will add their name to the list tonight? The 2011 winner. Could it be the 12 of Polly Haraka? Or will it be Jason Bowles or Derek Thorne or David Mayhew? Greg Pursley also perched back there in 5th on this restart.
What a horrible break for Andrew Myers. There's the culprit. That may have been the very tire that took him out of a chance at victory. Well, it is a tire that took him out of a chance at victory here in the Toyota All-Star Showdown.
Again, the tire going flat. He had about a 2-second to 3-second lead over Polly Haraka and Jason Bowles. The tire goes down. He slows. He has to come on to pit road. While he does that, Haraka gets by Jason Bowles and now is your leader. 8 cautions, 48 laps of caution so far as we're closing in on the 200 lap mark of this event.
This restart could be all so critical here for Paulie Haraka. He's going to decide to choose the inside. It was his choice. He's going to put Jason Bowles up on the outside.
And he saw earlier Andrew Myers was able to get by Derek Thorne to take the lead at the beginning of the second segment. He did it on the inside. Coming out of turn 4, green flag in the air, the final 27 laps.
Great start by Paulie Haraka. He can go wherever he wants. How about Derek Thorne going to the inside?
Derek Thorne trying to take second away from Bowles as they go down the backstretch. Haraka out in front. Problems in turn number 2, though. Cars around. Andrew Myers in the 35 goes by. The caution comes out. A lot of smoke in turns 1 and 2. They've got to check up before they get there. 2 cars are stopped.
When it goes bad, it really goes bad. And Andrew Myers getting caught up in something. There's the 53 car of Cabrera.
So Cabrera, a lot of damage to the front, the left side of that vehicle. And we got problems in turn number 3. The guy's checking up.
The pace car pulled out in front of the field. Paulie Haraka slowed down to get behind the pace car.
And it looked like Jason Bowles may have had some problems there.
And Derek Thorne also. They all just had to stop because the pace car pulled right out in front of them. We'll take a look at this. Watch. This is the incident. You see Andrew Myers gets turned around there, along with the 53 of Cabrera.
A lot of smoke, and so the car's creeping through the smoke, trying to avoid.
Okay, watch this now. This is on the restart. See the pace car pull out. Derek Thorne narrowly avoids Paulie Haraka.
Yep.
And Jason Bowles actually runs into Derek Thorne.
So a little bit of contact there. Got to look at the front end of Jason Bowles' race car. See how much damage.
You can see a little bit of damage right now. That could affect the cooling of that car. We've seen a lot of cars overheat tonight. That definitely will affect the cooling, but maybe it'll hold off for another 25 laps or so.
The final 25 laps. Jason Bowles has been so strong. Led almost a lap when Andrew Myers cut a tire, and Jason Bowles was running second at the time, but Haraka was able to pass him as they came out of turn number 4. So the 9th caution of the night has come out as we're closing in on lap 200 of a 225 lap race. Paulie Haraka, Derek Thorne, 1 and 2. The free Speed app for your iPhone. Keep speed at your fingertips and fuel your passion for racing between events with Speed on your iPhone. Get the latest stats, results, videos, and news as soon as they become available. Download the app from iTunes now.
Paulie Haraka's going to have to do it again. Had a great restart that time.
Completed 201 laps. We'll have 23 laps remaining when they come across the stripe. Paulie Haraka, Jason Bowles, 1 and 2. Derek Thorne right behind Paulie Haraka as they come out of turn 4. Green flag back in the air. A great restart for Haraka.
Let's see who dives down to the bottom. There goes Pursley, Derek Thorne, both on the bottom.
Here comes David Mayhew in the 19, also trying to mix it up front. Jason Bowles hard on the brakes. Derek Thorne making the move to the inside. They make contact as they come through turn 4.
Paulie Haraka able to hold on to it, but Derek Thorne's right side by side. Here comes Pursley.
Haraka clears him as they go down the backstretch. Derek Thorne now driving hard to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to take that lead away. Coming out of 4, Haraka, Thorne, Bowles, Pursley, and Mayhew.
Remember, no points on the line.
Looks like there's smoke coming out of that 22 still of Jonathan Gomez. What are they saying with that team?
How about
they have
Pursley?
fixed the oil leak on the brake, guys. The 22, Craig Rubb and the crew chief just told me they have the oil leak fixed. That's just oil burning off the car. It continues to go forward.
I would say the same thing, but
Pursley making a charge toward the front. Contact with your leader. Derek Thorne gets into the 12. Paulie Haraka goes around. The caution flag comes out.
Mayhew with hard contact to the inside wall. Chad Boats involved. Finsler, Dale Quarterly, Steve Wallace gets stopped.
So Derek Thorne in the 44 gets into the rear quarter panel of the 12 of Haraka. He goes around. Your race leader gets spun as we're closing in on the last 20 laps of this race, and they stop the field in turn 3.
Look at all the damage to David Mayhew's car.
The frustration has to be unbelievable for Mayhew. Such a strong race car tonight.
Here's Dale Quarterly. Got in through the last chance race, had a great run going, racing up near the top 10.
And if you remember, Dale Quarterly talked about this car being sold. He had sold that race car, and it was running so well, and doesn't look quite as good.
He might have to fix a little bit. But what a horrible break for Chad Boat. Had a good, he was running up in the 6th or 7th position. Jason Finsler, after being involved in an incident earlier while battling for second, made his way back up into the top 10.
They stop the field once again. Pursley will be scored your race leader. Let's take a look at what just took place.
Here they go down into turn number 3. See Thorne go to the inside. There's Paulie Haraka. Thorne slides up the racetrack, makes contact with the left rear of Paulie. Greg Pursley's able to avoid it. DJ Kennington also avoids it, comes through in 4th. Travis Pastrana avoids it. Johnny Borneman. There's another view of it. There's the contact right there. Greg Pursley's on the inside. He's going to drive by. There goes Thorne. See David Mayhew with hard contact to the inside wall.
Jason Bowles was able to clear it. Pastrana currently scored in 9th. Right along with Steve Wallace.
There's the contact up there right in front of Steve Wallace.
Nowhere to go for Steve.
Nowhere to go. He makes contact with Chad Boat.
Right along with Travis Pastrana when all of this happened in front of him.
Nothing but smoke. Spotter Matt Crafton helps him get through it. Once again, Travis Pastrana does a nice job avoiding an incident.
Difficult for David Mayhew in the 19. He gets into the inside wall hard.
How about Paulie Haraka? He's leading the race and gets hit in the left rear quarter panel and turned around.
Let's go down to Dick Berggren.
And Thorne told his crew on the radio, and I quote, "He came down on me."
And Dick, the perspective from Paulie Haraka, once he did calm down, they said, calm down, let's be professional about this. And Haraka said, he flat took me out.
Yeah, it's a tough situation from the driver's perspective. Haraka, I'm sure, is going to say that he was holding his line.
Yeah, let's watch this now.
Let's take a look.
See Paulie Haraka, he's up on the high side of the racetrack. Look at the white lines.
I mean, Haraka was coming down, but that was a line that he had been running consistently lap after lap. And we've seen Derek Thorne throw that car in there just a little bit hotter these past couple laps.
Yeah, it's just, unfortunately, hard racing. Paulie Haraka is the one that's going to really pay the price here. A certain shot at victory, and now he's going to be taken out of contention.
And Derek Thorne was able to get through, as well as Greg Pursley and Jason Bowles. They're going to be your top 3 unless NASCAR assigns a penalty. And we've seen that before here in the All-Star Showdown, where guys have been deemed aggressive driving or a little too aggressive driving and lost their spot and even lost the race.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be a situation where NASCAR will act. I think it was just a racing incident. Unfortunate, really unfortunate for Paulie Haraka, but I don't think this will result in a penalty.
Let's take a look one lap before this just took place, and we talked a little bit about the 44 of Derek Thorne.
This is a lap before. You see him go over there, and he makes contact with Paulie right there in turn 4.
And Haraka actually had run up above the white line, and here is the incident.
Yeah, Paulie Haraka's car, as you mentioned, he was running that line. He would go in high, turn through the center of the corner, and make a little bit of a lower exit. And I think Derek Thorne was committed to that line right there, and I don't think it was intentional whatsoever, but he did make contact with Paulie Haraka.
And Paulie Haraka now scored back in the 13th position after leading this race, as we're down to less than 20 laps remaining. A red flag condition as they continue to clean up the mess in turn number 4. So they'll clean the fluid off of the racetrack. They'll get the race cars back into the infield, at least the ones that won't be able to continue, and they'll fire the ones up that can race for this, the 2011 title of the NASCAR All-Star Showdown. And welcome back, NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. We're getting close to the final 15 laps of racing here, and an interesting development. The 44 of Derek Thorne has been put to the back of the field.
For aggressive driving, NASCAR looked at it and deemed that it was unnecessarily aggressive. You see him on the inside there. He slides up the racetrack, makes contact with the leader, Paulie Haraka. You see Greg Pursley get by, as well as the 75 of Jason Bowles, but NASCAR will revert back to the previous lap, and that will give the lead to Jason Bowles. That's him on the outside. Now Greg Pursley on the inside. Back in the 3rd spot, DJ Kennington and Luis Martinez now running 4th.
What is the preferred line on the restart? We see Derek Thorne back there. He's actually behind Paulie Haraka right now, and I'm sure Paulie Haraka is not happy about being back there a few spots back. Coming out of turn number 4. Green flag back in the air. A great restart for Jason Bowles.
Something happened to Luis Martinez. bogged up the field. Look at Pursley on the inside.
Pursley battling for the lead down the backstretch. Pursley on the inside, Bulls on the outside. Pursley all the way below the white line. Coming out of turn number 4. Pursley's got the lead. And Pursley almost gets turned around by Jason Bowles.
Jason Bowles gave him a break. He made contact with him, but he turned him loose. How about DJ Kennington in that 17 car?
DJ Kennington moves up into the 3rd spot.
Travis Pastrana battling for a lead lap position. Something's wrong with Paulie Haraka. He may have a flat tire.
Haraka slow on the racetrack. Staying up on the high side of the racetrack, Paulie Haraka. Problems with the 12. We stay green, though, as they come out of turn 4. Pursley, Bulls, Kennington. 12 laps of racing to go. Haraka makes his way onto pit road. Gomez and Martinez rounding out their top 5, and problems, a hard contact in turn 1 and 2.
Dale Quarterly involved. There's Cabrera in the 53 car. That looks like the 38. It is the 38 of Troy Irmish.
A lot of damage to 3 race cars. Dale Quarterly in the 32 up against the wall. Irmish in the 38. You see the window net down. Cabrera in the 53.
They've red flagged the field once again to clean up the racetrack, which I think is a good call.
Yeah.
We have a 25 lap shootout. Let's run as many of those laps under green as we can.
Take a look what just happened.
Looks like there's contact. Stephen Wallace in the 32 have looked like they got together.
Cabrera couldn't stop. Right along with Stephen Wallace.
This is coming off turn 4. Now the incident's going to happen down here at this end of the racetrack. Stephen and the 32 of Quarterly make contact.
Quarterly backs up into the wall, and while he's doing that, you see the 53 Cabrera.
He ran into the wall, and then turned off the wall and ran underneath the back of Troy Irmish. There's Dale Quarterly walking over and jumping in the ambulance for the mandatory ride to the care center.
They'll check him out. Looks like Troy Irmish out of his race car. Big hit there. So just 11 laps remaining from here in Irwindale. A great battle for the lead. Pursley and Bulls battling for the top spot. Pursley able to take the position away as they came out of turn 4.
Right up in front of Jason Bowles. Jason had the momentum, but Pursley was there. Jason ran into the back of him, but then turned him loose.
Travis Pastrana looking for a top 10 finish in his first ever start in NASCAR, able to get by Paulie Haraka when Haraka had problems.
He has had more close calls, I believe, than anybody on the racetrack. Let's take a look from his onboard camera. See, Paulie's just not going to go when they get off turn 4. What a nice job. It's hard to believe that this is this guy's first race ever in a car like this, or anything like this for that matter.
So Pastrana 9th. Derek Thorne actually scored in the 10th spot. Pursley, Bulls, Kennington, Gomez, Martinez, your top 5. Moses Smith, Johnny Borneman, Motley, Pastrana, and Thorne, your top 10. Let's go down to Dick Berggren.
With Jerry Pitts, and he is Greg Pursley's crew chief. What's he got to do to win this thing from here?
We just got to, keep our fenders clean here. We still got 12 laps to go, and got to keep the fenders on them. We've been whole race we've been a little bit tight, but we've been trying to save our car so we have something for the end here.
Good enough to keep that 75 behind him?
I believe so.
All right, good luck.
You know, the big question now, what's the preferred line on a restart? Is it inside or outside?
We've seen the inside work, but we've also seen the outside work too. But the fact that I think the most important thing is that the leader, whether he's on the inside or the outside, he is the one that controls the restart. So if he can get just a little bit enough of a jump to clear the second place car, whether he starts from the inside or the outside, that's what's crucial.
Pursley Bowles and Kennington. DJ Kennington, your Canadian Tire 2010 series champion. Currently in the 3rd position.
Jonathan Gomez being shown in 4th, and we've seen that car smoking for the last 150 laps, but yet he still maintains a top 5 position.
There's a lot of work continuing in turns 1 and 2 to clean up this issue.
Let's take another look at this situation right here, Rick. There's the 32 of Quarterly. So he had a little bit of damage from an early incident. There's a little piece of something came off the car. Get some sparks when we get down in the corner. Remember, this is the other end of the racetrack. This is coming off of turn 4. See him get a little bit sideways now. Now, when he goes down to this corner, he's going to try to go to the inside to go around that lap car, and that's when he makes contact with Steven. He just really drove across the nose of Steven, and unfortunately, they made contact.
Let's go back down to Dick Berggren.
I'm with Jeff Fultz. He is Jason Bowles, crew chief. Your guy is going to be restarting in 2nd spot. What's he going to do on this restart? Can he take the lead?
Well, we hope so. I mean, we've had a great car all night. We got to thank Triad Racing Technologies for the motors and stuff, and Rusty Wallace and everybody who's helped us today. But, Jason's done a great job. This car, we had a little bit of short time racing, with practicing and stuff the other day. So, but, we can't ask for more than what we got. He got the lead, and, you're racing against Greg Pursley and a bunch of these guys. So, all we can do is just, hope, and he's real good around here and always won a lot of races. So all we can do is just hang in there. He's getting all fired up, and he tried to get it that time, but Greg just was a little better on the bottom. But, if we get a good restart, you never know what can happen.
You also don't have your choice of lanes, but if you had a choice of lanes, which one would you take?
We'd take the top. He took the top that time, but Greg was just so good on the bottom on the tires. So, we can't, all we can do is, deal what we'll deal with. He's a little tight in the center. We just got to thank Rusty Wallace Racing Experience and, like I said, Triad Technologies, and for everything they've done. And all the guys work real hard this weekend. And we come out here with a car that we never really ran before, and a lot of help from Joe Shear and all the guys. So, it's a short run, and all we can do is see what he's got, because we got the best man behind the wheel.
And got to keep the fenders on it. The wreckers have been so active here tonight.
They have been busy, Dick. They continue to clean up the issue in turns 1 and 2. The reason for this problem, again, coming out of turn 4, Steve Wallace just behind that 32 of Dale Quarterly. Quarterly goes around. Ermish gets collected, as does Cabrera. And so those 3 cars wadded up in 1 and 2. We'll be back for more action from Irwindale after this. Welcome back. The final less than 10 laps remaining in the NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. The cars rolling once again as they've cleaned up the problems in turn 1 and 2.
Rick, let's see if we can make contact with our leader, Greg Pursley. Hey, Greg Pursley, Phil Parsons up in the speed booth. You got a copy?
Go ahead, Phil.
You've had a solid top 5 car this entire race here. What's it going to take to hold off Jason Bowles and those guys?
Man, I think we're going to have to pull out about 9 qualifying laps here and keep in the front, man. We've tried to keep out of trouble here, kept the fenders on it, and here's our chance. So it's going to take about 9 qualifying laps right here.
You're going to take the outside or the inside, Greg?
Haven't decided yet, buddy. Haven't decided.
You're going to have to decide pretty soon, you know.
Yeah, I know. Might surprise you.
All right, good luck.
Well, we talked to Greg Pursley. How about we try Jason Bowles? Can we hear from him?
Let's try it. Jason Bowles, Phil Parsons up in the speed booth. You have a copy?
Gotcha, Phil.
You're going to be on the front row. We're not sure yet whether Pursley's going to take the inside or the outside. What are you going to have to do to beat him?
We're just going to have to try and get a good restart here and try and see if we can get a nose up in front of him. It's going to be a tough race all the way to the end here. His car's good. We got a good car, and we're going to make the best of it here. Get ready to go great, boys.
All right, buddy. Good run.
And so Pursley chooses the inside line. He stays way down the racetrack, not wanting to get any of that speedy dry on his tires before the start of this one. He will be the driver that will determine the start. When he comes out of turn number 4, there is a area marked on the outside wall by 2 red lines, and that will determine it. Jim.
Guys, real quick, the 26 team jump into action. They think they may have a tire going down on Pursley's machine.
That would be paramount if right now our leader has a tire going down. We saw it earlier with Andrew Myers. Pursley spins. Here comes Jason Bowles. Pursley goes to the bottom of the racetrack. He does have a tire going down.
What a horrible break for our leader. Jason Bowles is left with the lead.
Jason Bowles, DJ Kennington out in front of this field. The 26 of Pursley stays on the racetrack, but he's at the back of the pack now. Bowles, Kennington, Gomez, Martinez, and Moses Smith, your top 5.
How about Travis Pastrana right now, running up in the top 10 in the 7th position in his first ever NASCAR race.
Coming out of turn number 4, contact made between the 66 of Steve Wallace and the 44 of Derek Thorne. They both stay in the same direction. Luis Martinez Jr. on the inside of that 22. Those two fighting for the 3rd spot. This time by, it'll be 5 laps remaining. Jason Bowles in front. DJ Kennington running 2nd. Jonathan Gomez has the 3rd spot.
Pastrana's in the outside wall.
Pastrana into the wall. He keeps it going straight. Trying to get everything out of that car as we wind down the laps. The smoke still coming out of the 22 of Gomez. The top 2 have separated themselves from 3rd.
Great battle for 3rd right now between Martinez on the inside, the 06. Gomez on the outside, the 22. They almost make contact. Here comes Borneman and Moses Smith side by side.
3 laps to go. Looking to the inside was DJ Kennington. The momentum, though, goes to Jason Bowles. He pulls out to a 2-car length lead when they go into turn number 3. The battle still continuing behind him. Bowles with 2 laps to go. Crosses the start-finish line. Here comes DJ Kennington to the inside. 3 wide behind him. Pastrana in the middle. Moses Smith on the outside. Derek Thorne on the inside. They stay 3 wide. Coming out of turn 4. White flag in the air. 1 to go for Jason Bowles.
Kennington has 2 more shots at him, 2 more corners. He tries to make the bottom work. Can't get the momentum.
Jason Bowles pulls out to a huge lead, and right in front of him now comes Greg Pursley out from the infield, but it's going to be Jason Bowles, your winner. Jason Bowles, the 2011 winner. Pastrana with a strong finish.
Finishes in the 6th spot in the 3-wide battle for 6th.
What an amazing finish all around. And let's keep our eyes on some of these guys out here. It looks like Moses Smith is keeping the pace up a little bit longer than he needed to. We also saw Derek Thorne staying on it, but Jason Bowles, he will claim the 2011 NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown.
Jason Bowles has been out here trying to get this big win. He's won 3 times in the West Series out here, but never got the showdown, but he got it this time. Almost got Moses Smith right there.
There was almost a problem on donuts on the racetrack. Steve Wallace, a little damage to that race car, will come by and offer a little congratulations to Jason Bowles.
This is actually a Canadian team. Marty Gaunt runs his team in Canada. They got a couple cars from Rusty Wallace Racing here at the end of the season. That's the car Steven's driving as well as the one Jason's driving for this event right here. And man, did it work out for him.
How about Travis Pastrana? Take a look at this.
See him go way right. He gets through the speedy dry. He's going to make some contact with the outside wall, but he never checks up.
Stays on the gas and gets a top 10 finish right along with him.
You heard him. He hit the wall and never backed off the throttle.
What a great battle between the three of these cars.
3 and 4 of them. You see him on the inside of Moses Smith. There's Derek Thorne that was so good. Our pole sitter early. They go in turn number 1 3 times. They just took the white flag. 1 lap to go.
Pastrana in the middle, Thorne on the inside, Moses Smith on the outside. Look at that.
I'll tell you one thing. He sure doesn't look like this is his first race ever. Drives in really, really hard. It allows Moses to get to the bottom. Watch him beat him to the line.
Beat Derek Thorne by about 1.5 feet. And remember, Derek Thorne led 102 of the laps to start off this race.
So his car owner's down there in the window, congratulating him.
Michael Waltrip offering congratulations on a job well done. Jason Bowles has decided to go around again. He's had so much fun at this racetrack, I'm sure, tonight. Winning the biggest short track race of the year to kick off the 2011 season.
Really impressed with the job DJ Kennington did too. Coming off a 2010 championship in the Canadian Series and comes here to this race with an invite and finishes in the 2nd position.
Jonathan Gomez comes home in the 3rd spot, and he's with Jim Trado.
First guy out of the car, and it's a universal handshake, hand patting, whatever it may be, man. How'd you survive with that oil leak?
What oil leak? It wasn't an oil leak. Man, it was just it was a handful out there. The middle section, 100 laps straight. Get in here. Don't be bashful. The 100 laps straight, no cautions. That was a nice break because we knew what that last bit was going to be, and it was. You know, the first run, the car was really good. Just a little bit free. Made an adjustment and went too far, a little tight for that middle run, and we come back to the first run, and man, the car was awesome. You know, we just didn't quite have the forward bite for the win, and the front end kind of gave up just a little bit, but man, Craig Rodman, Century Boatland, Heritage Cattle Company, my wife, my dad, for getting me out here, man. It's great, and all these fans that come out. It's the best showdown. I finished it.
Congratulations for finishing 3rd. Dixon, victory lane.
Jason Bowles, are you in disbelief that you won this with so many of the good cars that didn't? He's coming out of the car to answer the question. Come on. Yes. Well, disbelief?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I knew I had a good car going into the race, and so many things happened there, and we were able to avoid some incidents, and we made the right changes there at the end. And man, I got a heck of a restart, and unfortunately, Greg just didn't go. But I did what we had to do, and we put it in victory lane just like we planned.
The nose is all pushed in. When did that happen?
On that second to last restart, Greg slid up in front of me, and I wasn't giving him an inch. So I gave him a little shot there to let him know that he can't do that again. But, you know, it's all good. We put it in victory lane. They all look good when they win.
4 wins here at Irwindale. What is it that you've got that gets you so fast here?
I can't tell everybody that because then I won't win.
Congratulations to you, Jim.
And finishing 2nd, certainly a great run by the Canadian champion, DJ Kennington. When he showed up here, your team owner, Bill McInally, said, we didn't bring guns to this fight, boys. We brought torpedoes. You proved championship caliber quality by running 2nd here tonight. Great run.
Absolutely. Really, really proud of everybody on this race team. Chris Wright, my crew chief, and Dave White, my crew chief from home. All my guys are here. It's so amazing. Bill McInally, Napa, what a great guy. Gave me an awesome car here. Matt Ghostland, thanks so much. Dwight Kennedy's here, Castrol Edge. you know what it takes to do all this. I watched this race last year on my couch, so I'm really glad to be here. I want to thank my dad. Dad, I love you. Without you, I wouldn't be here, pal, and I can't wait to talk to you.
Absolutely, still excited about the run here to finish second. DJ Kennington brings it home proudly for the Canadian effort, and I believe Dick's caught up with a very happy race winner in the top 10. Dick?
Yeah, indeed. Travis Pastrana finishing in the 6th position. Look at Michael Waltrip going to take your picture with his camera. How about this deal tonight?
Man, it's awesome. I can't say enough about the whole Waltrip Racing crew. Greachy, Matt Crafton did such a good job guiding me through all the chaos. We got a little bit of damage on the front end, but
what happened there?
Which time? I was so happy. Like Michael was saying, so good. It didn't crash out right at the beginning because, man, everything was chaotic. I hit the wall with a couple laps to go. Finally got the car loosened up. Those last 25, man, felt like we really had something going.
Now, for a guy that's not used to racing with other people, here you were 3 wide for several laps. What was that like?
Oh, I love going 3 wide, man. That was good. We actually went 4 wide a couple times. He's like, 2 to the out, 1 to the end. I'm like, what are you talking about? But no, just super, super pumped to be out here. And this sport is so much fun. It's so competitive and have so much to learn. But just really want to thank all the guys at Boost Mobile, KMC, Toyota. I mean, I cannot say how much fun I had, how great the crew is. And, if this is our starting point, hopefully this is our starting point. We'll continue to learn from here.
But it takes many, many people so much longer to even come close to the performance that you put on tonight. How come so good? Did the testing help? Who helped you?
All the testing, really have to thank all the guys on the Waltrip Racing team, and it's just been absolutely amazing. I mean, with all my sponsors jumping in on this, a lot like Red Bull DC from the motocross side made it a lot easier to get. We got such a great car, and man, just having some fun out there. But it was a blast, man.
NASCAR's fans are going to enjoy you, buddy.
Also, Ricky Carmichael got a 5th in his first K&N race, so I was really, at the end, I'm like, I really wanted to get there. But one day I get to race Ricky this year, so it's going to be fun.
All right, congratulations on a great run.
Thank you.
Take a look at our unofficial results. Jason Bowles will grab the title of 2011 NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown winner. DJ Kennington, out of the Canadian Tire Series champion in 2010, finished 2nd.
So many great stories, though. Jason Bowles trying to win this thing several times. DJ Kennington coming from Canada with a top 2 finish. Luis Martinez with a top 5. Johnny Borneman had to qualify his way in through the qualifying race, gets a top 5 finish, and then Travis Pastrana in his first ever stock car race of any kind finishes in the 6th position.
Derek Thorne, after leading 102 laps to start this race, finishes in the 7th spot. We take a look at 11 through 20. Paulie Haraka. How disappointing it must be for the driver of the number 12 after he was leading and looking so good, and Derek Thorne got into the back of him and then was assessed the aggressive driving penalty and sent to the back.
As well as Andrew Myers. The 77 car looked like he had the dominant car, and he gets a flat tire. And then Greg Pursley, our leader on the last restart, ends up with a 20th place finish. Unbelievable.
Michael Self in the 21 finishes 21st. Andrew Ranger in 2010 won a race in the East and the West Series, but could only muster a 22nd place finish tonight.
David Mayhew finishes back in the 27th position, had a great shot at a victory, got involved in that incident coming off for turn number 4, made hard contact with the inside wall.
Darrell Wallace Jr., after the engine expired on that race car, finishes 31st. 32nd was Brennan Newberry, had a really rough night. 2-day event here in Irwindale, California. The super late models.
Ryan Partridge comes home with a victor in that 75 lap event.
Celebrating last night. Our late models, that race won by Sean Woodside, the number 45.
And then the big one.
The 225 lap race. It was Jason Bowles who was smiling at the end, grabbing his first title in this event. Joining a very long list of impressive winners in this event.
Yeah, Joey Logano, who won twice. Matt Kobluck, who was in the event here tonight, won a couple times. David Gilliland. But I'll tell you, this night may be remembered for this guy's debut. There's no telling. The sky's the limit for Travis Pastrana, and he made such a nice debut here. Had so many opportunities to get caught up in a wreck, and Matt Crafton, his spotter, and a great Camping World Truck Series driver, helped him through it, and he got home with a 6th place finish.
Said he was so happy he wanted to do donuts, but I don't think you're supposed to do that unless you win. Normally. Jason Bowles, what an impressive run, and things really had to work out for him because we saw Derek Thorne run so strong early on. Then it was Andrew Meyer's turn to be dominant for nearly 100 laps, but tire issues caused Myers to go out and Persley to go out and open the door for Jason Bowles.
Yeah, but Jason was there. He was a top 5 car all night. He was in contention. He could see the lead from where he was the entire night, and then when it counted at the end, he was there.
So Jason Bowles adds his name in the 8th edition of the NASCAR All-Star Showdown. Here from the Toyota Speedway at Irwindale. It's been a great 2 days with the super late models and the main event, the 225 lap race that Jason Bowles claims victory. We had some incidents early on in this race and then a long green flag run in the middle of almost 100 laps. But in the end, it was a shootout like we thought it would be.
A wild 25-lap shootout.
And ultimately, it was Jason Bowles in the 75 who will claim the trophy and the title of winner in 2011 of the Showdown.